I'd like to open the City of Littleton City Council virtual study session for Tuesday, September 22nd, 2020. It is 6:30 or 18:30. All council members are present. Council, we have on our agenda one item tonight, and that is ID number 20-240, discussion of the Phase 2 amendments and potential additional amendments to Title 10 of the Littleton Municipal Code relative to downtown. So council, what our purpose tonight is for the study session is to discuss the potential additional amendments to the proposed amended Title 10. So we will consider also policy direction. That is what staff is looking from us tonight. And with that, I will send it over to the city manager, Mark Rolfe.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council. Kathleen Osher is going to have a few comments here as well. So I'm going to let her kind of discuss a little bit here about why we're here this evening and the process. And then we have a PowerPoint that we will walk through here on some of the very key issues, looking for any questions and certainly some policy discussion and potential amendments. I thought just for a minute, I wanted to kind of step back here for the council and maybe most importantly for the public, just to remind us all about where we've been here for the last, quite honestly, 3 years. Council obviously back then set a direction for us to update the development code, but we decided first that we would do our first ever complete comprehensive plan. So we spent 18 months through that process. And we have over 100 policy statements within that comprehensive plan, and that was adopted just over a year ago. As part of that comprehensive plan, we recognize that there are many different topics, many different policy issues for which this city, this council will have to wrestle with for the next several years. We can't do all things all at once, especially in our first comprehensive plan. So we know that we have other big policy issues to wrestle with, whether it's historic preservation, affordable housing, transportation, whatever it might be, are some bigger issues that eventually we will hang on our mobile. Borrowing an analogy from Brett Keast, our comprehensive plan eventually will have lots of pieces hanging off of that mobile. And I'm really hopeful for our city that we're going to be able to tie all this together. In the end, the comprehensive plan is the policy document that will guide this council, this city for decades to come. Now, this evening, we're talking about the Phase 2 regulations that council has been working on here for the past several months. And if you remember here, just under a year ago, we started the ULUC process. And we intended to spend another 18 months updating our development code, but the council, rightfully so, got concerned about downtown. And so we decided to impose the moratorium and spend some time with what we are calling Phase 1 and Phase 2 regulations in order for us to kind of manage the growth so that we did not get some of the projects of the past while we spend the next several months updating the entire development code, the ULUC project. So here this evening, I think we're on the edge of moving into eventually the public hearing on October 6th. And I'm looking forward to the conversation here this evening. We do have some very big policy issues that I know the council wants to weigh in on. And so I want to welcome our entire development team, our consultant team. I think I'm very proud to have all of them on board. I think that they represent probably some of the top talent in this nation when it comes to the work that we're doing. Maybe the last comment here that I just hope the public understands what the intent is. We are making a seismic shift when we talk about a development code in the city of Littleton. We are moving away from an old Euclidean style that obviously has been a source of problems for us for decades, has not been updated in some cases since the 1970s and 1980s. So obviously we've had problems with it. But at the council's direction, we've decided that a character-based development code is what we're after to protect the character of our community. This is not done in a very common way across this country. So what we're stepping into here, in my opinion, is pretty rare. And so the consultant team that we have on board, I think is just top notch. And I know that we have some big issues to still struggle with, but I'm pretty proud of the fact that we've been able to get to this point in time, because in the end, I know that we're going to have a code that is going to fit the city of Littleton and our needs in protecting the character of this community. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kathleen. She's going to go through a little bit of detail, just reminding us why we're here and what's the purpose of this meeting. And then we'll jump right into the big policy issues. So with that, Kathleen, I will turn it over to you.
All right, thanks, Mark, and thanks for those comments. I hope tonight is the night we've all been waiting for to sort of get back in a policy discussion mode. I know we've spent a ton of time thinking through the details, working through various pieces of this since we started the process in February. We assembled an 18-member team internally as a staff technical team across a variety of departments. Our staff alone has hundreds of hours, let alone the hours that we've been able to utilize through our expert consultants, both the team of Brett and Brian from Candid Keys, and then Andrew and Tim are with us tonight from EPS. So that combined expertise, that is one piece of how we've gotten to tonight, but it's also the incredible dedication that we've seen from the Historical Preservation Board, the Planning Commission, and yourselves as City Council. Just everyone's ability to and desire to just really dig in and give us a lot of information over the last months. And we hope what's in front of you delivers on the things that we've always talked about as part of this process. The comprehensive plan and the vision work that we did in 2018 really does speak to the fact that Littleton is a very, very special place. And it is a place where vision and values endure across decades. So this code, we hope in terms of where we've ended up, really demonstrates how we are incredible stewards of this gift that we've received in terms of the city. We are up against a reality of being a mostly built out city. So we hope that this code really captures what's treasured today, but also gives us an opportunity to strive towards what we see as an opportunity to continue to grow and thrive. It is ultimately, as Mark said, about managing growth, thinking very thoughtfully about how we do that in conjunction with preserving the history and the culture and the quality of life that is so vitally important to our residents and businesses. We clearly have heard that through the process over the last few years. So tonight I am joined by our consultants from Candid Keys Collaborative. Brett and Brian are here, as well as our EPS consultants, Andrew and Tim. Our hope for this evening is that we can have this policy discussion. We seem to see that there were sort of three large buckets from a policy standpoint where things seem to still require some additional discussion, being height, parking, and then the character areas that we've outlined, including everything from the boundaries of those and looking specifically at the map, but also other pieces of how those character areas came together. I think there is the interest on a few members of council to look at other areas of interest as well. So we're going to try and tackle those first three big buckets and then move our way through some of those other areas of interest as well. Tonight, I hope that it is exactly the night that you've been waiting for. We're super excited to have this conversation and it be at this point in the project. And, we're now set up for the public hearing on October 6th. So we are ready, willing, and available to kind of share the background and rationale that's been approached with the phase 2 amendments that are in front of you this evening and answer those questions. So with that, we did design a PowerPoint for this evening just to kind of keep us in those three buckets. So I think Brian's going to share his screen to provide that. So, and then I think we can go ahead and advance to that first slide.
Kathleen,
yes.
Thank you for your enthusiasm.
Well, I mean, it's such a, like knowing that this was the end goal always in coming in to be able to have the privilege of work on the vision and the comprehensive plan, to then see these things materialize into regulatory language that, ultimately just continues to create this incredible opportunity for the city to just be this very iconic gem in our region. So it's super exciting. So
Also, Kathleen, before you move on to our consultant, could you just say a little bit about what our historic preservation and our planning commission, the time and effort they put in, and where we got to today?
yeah, as I mentioned before, I mean, we wouldn't be here tonight without the incredible amount of energy and time and dedication from Historical Preservation Board, Planning Commission, and then of course yourselves, City Council. So Planning Commission during their public hearing unanimously supported these Phase 2 amendments with 3 conditions. And then Planning Commission recommended approval for the Phase 2 amendments 6-1. They had 4 conditions. All of those are part of your packet this evening. Those are an opportunity for council to weigh in. Staff's recommendation at this point is to proceed with all 7 of those conditions outlined from both Historical Preservation Board and Planning Commission. But of course, that is open to discussion this evening as well from City Council.
And that was the Historic Preservation Board that was unanimous, and Planning Commission was 6-1.
That's correct. And I mean, hours and hours and hours of discussion. Just ask Reed, right? Is he still on here?
No, let's not ask Reed. Let's not ask Reed.
So,
All right. Thank you, Kathleen.
yeah.
And
Okay,
everybody-
so I'm going to turn it over to Brett. And then, like I said, as we go through these issues, Brett, Brian, Andrew, and Tim are available from the consultant side. I'm joined this evening by Jennifer Henninger. And then, of course, we may need Reed to weigh in as well. But, you know, Jennifer's been leading up our staff technical team. So again, that 18-member cross-departmental collaboration team, that may be a useful opportunity to just kind of hear a little bit of background from their discussions as well.
Okay, and everybody's able to see the PowerPoint presentation now?
That's it.
And Kathleen, they each received the strike-through markup, most recent version of Phase 2.
Correct.
Okay. So I think the reason that Kathleen is excited is because we are right on the edge of having a document that it will be able to be before you here in a little over a week for public hearing on the 6th. As you know, the document, we've used different colors of strike through to represent the recommendations and the changes that are proposed from both the Historic Preservation Board as well as the Planning Commission. We also went through all the notes that we had from the joint meeting and made changes to the document as well to reflect all the comments of council through those meetings. Since then, we've received just at the end of last week and early this week, a few written comments. And so we've tried to go down through and address those as well. So we're privy to what some of the thinking is. So as Kathleen mentioned, we have really 3 areas that we're looking at. You can see there on your screen. I think what we're looking for tonight is the policy direction, decisions, and specific guidance to give us what we need to put together the final version of this amendment to the downtown regulations. So next slide, Brian. So our conversations at this point, as all of you know, building height has been a point of discussion that we've had relative to the overall height that can be accommodated in certain areas of downtown, relative to some of the other character areas, the residential areas, the downtown transition area. We've had certain building types that have allowed for 3, 4, and even 5 stories. There are areas, as you recall, the hatched area on the map that limits the height to 3 stories in that area. So we have received some comments from some council members as to some other proposed areas to consider adding additional cross hatching. So I think where we're at tonight on the building heights is making some decisions particularly for, I believe, apartments and mixed-use buildings, whether the appropriate height should be 4 or 5 stories. The comments that came to us proposed kind of a minimum and a maximum, and then a middle ground proposal. And I believe that was instead of the 5-story 60 feet, it was 4-story 50 feet. If I'm incorrect, somebody correct me there. So that, I guess the question is, should the height in those areas outside of the crosshatch areas in the downtown mixed use district, should they be able to provide for 4-story and 50-foot or 5-story and 60-foot buildings? And of course, we still have all the provisions in there for building step backs and sensitive properties and buffering and things of that nature. So those compatibility standards are still included. So on that topic, if there's anybody that wants to initiate conversation on building height.
All right, council, if you could raise your hand icon and I can get you in there.
And Brian, we may want to not share the slides during that conversation. I think it'll be easier.
Okay, right now we don't have any questions. I don't see anybody frantically, like Kendra, for instance, waving her hand frantically that she has a question, but her icon's not up. So I don't think we have any questions at the moment.
Okay, is there?
I'm actually seeing 2 hands up, Councilmember Grove and Councilmember Milliman.
Okay, are the icons? I don't see any icon.
I'm seeing both of those.
Where
That's
are they?
helpful.
I'm
Pam-
sorry, Councilmember Grove. There we go. Councilmember Grove and then Milliman. Thank you.
Are we doing questions or are we starting on discussion?
Yeah, we're on the height right now.
Height, discussion, or questions?
Either or.
Okay, I'll start the conversation off. I'd like to look in terms of height, the DTA district. This is an area that's very historic. We're also looking at maybe doing an historic district overlay of some kind. So I think the maximum height in there should be 3 stories and not 4 stories. If you go to page 146 in DTA, you have a maximum height of 4 stories and 55 feet. And I think we should move it down to 3 stories. And we can discuss footage if we go for down to 50 feet or even down to 45 feet would probably match everything else that we've been talking about. That's mainly for the mixed use. That's the only type of building that was 4 stories.
Great, thank you. Brett, do you have some comments?
You know, as I've looked through this and gone through comments and so forth, I believe we're at the point where these are policy decisions. So I think we're beyond, any technical discussions per se, and we're just at, what the council, by consensus decides to direct us to do.
Okay, Pam, do you have a proposed suggestion for all of council to consider and give direction to?
I would say for mixed use in DTA, have a maximum of 3 stories, 45 feet.
What'd you say? How many stories?
3 stories, 45 feet. It's mixed use is the only one in the area in DTA that allows for more than 4 stories according to the court. So that's what I would like council to consider.
Okay, council, regarding what Councilmember Grove has just mentioned, is there other interest in that limitation on the 3 stories and the 45 feet for what section alone, Pam?
It's just DTA and just mixed use. Everything else If you look at all of DTA, everything is 3 stories, 45 feet, with the exception of mixed use, which is 4 stories, 55 feet. And then, of course, single family detached and attached is 2.5 stories, 30 feet.
Okay, before we go to Councilmember Milliman, is there anybody that would like to comment on Pam's suggestion? If you can, just wave your hand. Councilmember Elrod, if you could address that.
This is something that I'm willing to entertain, but this was the question that I had emailed earlier, wanting to understand. We have a number of buildings, 13 buildings, that are within the 41 and 50 feet. And I'd like to understand where those 13 buildings now, because the reason I'm asking for this is I want to understand if they're currently in the DTA area. And if so, I think I would be more, what's the word, amenable to the recommendation of the consultant that it would be at 50 feet if that ends up being more in line with what's in DTA now.
So I guess right now on Pam's suggestion there, you're willing to consider it?
I'm willing to consider it with having.
I know, and you have some questions, I think some valid questions. Was there anybody else, council members, that would like to comment on Pam's? We got Councilmember Fay. And then we'll go to Kelly.
I would like to support Pam's suggestion.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Milliman.
Can I address Andrew and Tim with regards to the economic viability study? If in those areas, I know that you did a lot of data analysis with regards to viable projects in the DTA and the DMU. If we were to lower those height limits, how is that going to impact the overall plan? How is that going to impact if we make this change?
Sure.
Brett, do you have who can respond to that? Okay, Andrew, if you will.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. We did a fairly extensive analysis constructing a pro forma model to test the viability of different building forms under different assumptions related to height and setbacks and stepbacks. And generally, we found that investors and developers are not going to find sufficient return without a little flexibility compared to the baseline that was the most restrictive in terms of height, setback, stepback, building form. We think that what we have today in front of us tonight has a fair amount of restriction in terms of the architectural character and the mass and the bulk. I think the most important thing is the parking. The parking requirement requires all of the spaces and is going to be a fairly high hurdle for developers to meet. All that said, and this would be the main point that we would make, downtown Littleton is going to benefit from households that have dollars to spend on downtown stores and restaurants. We think that the threading the needle is getting enough economic vitality and enough investment such that it continues to be a vibrant place. We think what the regulations as presented now have a fair amount of controls around mass and bulk and architectural character that it will achieve the goals, because at the end of the day, downtown Littleton is a special place. We were talking about that as part of the intro to this. It's a terrific, terrific downtown. We think that those mass and bulk regulations will only the developers and builders with the thickest of skin are going to enter into these design guidelines and pursue and push through, and they'll have to modify their development such to reflect those character controls, and you still want them. And it's a good balance that attracts the development, attracts the investors, and ultimately attracts the residents that will then support the commercial.
All right, thank you very much. So Kelly, where are you on Pam's suggestion?
Support what is currently proposed in the phase 2 amendments. I don't support.
I'm sorry.
Pam's
I
amendment.
really hear you.
Sorry, I support the current phase 2 amendment as it's being presented to council tonight. I do not support
Okay.
Pam's amendment.
Thank you. So I'll just go to, let's see, we have Patrick.
Thanks, Jerry. I also support what is being presented. And I would, if I understand correctly, we're going, the position is 44 stories or 50 feet. Is that accurate?
Brett, would that be correct?
I'm sorry, you're saying what's been proposed or what's in the code right now?
No, what's being
What-
proposed?
You're proposed.
What's in the ordinance right now or what Ms. Grove proposed?
What you are proposing.
I
Okay.
propose 3 stories, 45 feet, which is consistent with all the other types of buildings.
Right.
Currently,
And I-
we have 4 stories, 55 feet.
Right. And I think what Council Member Driscoll's asking is what is it, what we're working on? To be clear, Council, we're working on a proposed amended Title 10. And what Council Member Grove has is an amendment to that amended title.
For the mixed-use building in the DT area right now, it is 4 stories and 55 feet, as Pam indicated.
It's 55. Okay, great. So Patrick, I put you down as not to give direction as requested there. Let me just, Karina, I don't think I heard from you on this.
I was the first to say I need additional information that I have requested earlier.
Okay, so at this point, you don't want to give the direction. Okay, thank you. All right, so then we didn't hear from Mayor Pro Tem.
No, I don't support the proposal, but I'm very curious to hear an answer to Karina's question.
Yeah, and that's where I am too. At this moment, I want to hear more about it, so I'm gonna know. So we're not going to give that direction right now. I do have
And-
council member. Sorry.
Sorry, Mayor. I'm not I know that Jennifer Henninger and Mike Sutherland are on with us. They may be able to shed some light on that, or may need a few minutes to get it all together. I'm not sure which.
Let me go to council member
Okay.
Fay. I know her icon hand is up. If it's related to this this issue that Pam has brought up.
Okay.
Yes, it is related.
Yes, go ahead.
It puzzles me why we would have one height limit for all of the buildings except for mixed use. Why would we want to, in this particular area, make an exception for mixed use? That's the rhetorical question that's behind my wondering why we're doing this way. So Brett Keats, could you address that? Why an exception for mixed use? Higher, tall?
Yeah, so this dates back to the original design standards that were, or building forms that were established, and then was based in part on the economic viability that was established. Basically, I believe for a mixed-use building with the different mixed-use types, you need a certain scale in order to make them viable. So as you recall, we talked about first floor retail and upper floor potentially condo or residential, as opposed to just a residential building. So that was the original proposal for that particular building type.
Thank you very much. Sorry, go ahead.
Following on that, Brett, you're saying the reason you are proposing that is because that was the original proposal.
Well, I don't know if Andrew or Tim, if you wanted to weigh in a little bit as we talked about the mixed use buildings and the analysis.
Sure. I think there's a couple things. I'll just say one thing briefly and then refer to my colleague Tim. The proximity to the light rail is also a significant factor. And the community character around this pocket that allows the additional height. I think where we have adjacencies to the most sensitive parts of downtown, those heights are the lowest. And it's a calibration to what's going on within the community, allowing greater height, greater density in proximity to the areas that are less sensitive and can accommodate that better. Tim, what else might you add to the conversation?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good point. I guess I might add that establishing feasibility from a developer's perspective for a mixed-use building is generally going to be more challenging. I mean, there's challenges associated with integrating office retail with residential uses. And I think allowing for some additional flexibility related to height may increase or result in a higher probability of feasibility associated with that building type. And so I think where you have areas that approximate to downtown, I think it does make sense to consider what strategies you might pursue to encourage additional retail development in proximity to downtown. And I think additional height may be one lever that you can lean on to increase the feasibility of those building types or those developments that integrate retail and residential.
Thank you. We have more questions. We have Councilmember Driscoll, then Fay again, and then Elrod. So Councilmember Driscoll.
Would it be beneficial? I'm actually looking at the map with the different designations. Would it be beneficial for council to revisit that map while we're discussing this so we know kind of the boundaries of what we're talking about?
You bet.
Unless
What
they
is
all
that
have it
page?
up on. I'm actually going back a couple sessions ago. I'm on the study session from what's the date on this thing?
The use area maps on page 43.
Okay.
43.
Yeah,
most
if you want to
recent draft.
reference it that way, or we also have a slide teed up for a little later in the conversation, but we could share that if Brian, if you want to share that on the screen, that has the same character map that's referenced on 46, page 46, right?
43.
43, thanks, sorry. Maybe it was on 46 at some point, right?
All right. So
Is there potentially a compromise for you, Pam, for the DMU to the very north and the DMU to the very south? And then,
Do we have addresses? Oh, God, I don't think so.
Hey, Michael, we can hear your phone call there.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
This is where I'm coming from. I may say it again. People come to Littleton because we have character. If we throw up big high-rise buildings, more than we've already done, it's going to be lost. It will affect our entrances to the community. It will affect how we look. If you want to see a bad example of it, just Google up downtown Nashville. They have 3 little blocks where you get the Bluebird Cafe and everything's cute and quaint. They have huge modern high rises hovering over. It looks like a Disneyland set. If that's what we want, if we want to try to save a little Disneyland set and let everything go crazy, then it's not going to look like a turn of the century commercial / residential area. And
I think the answer was no there, Patrick.
well,
I don't see why we have to just have one type of building that could go up lot line to lot line for penny pincher developers. They said it in the economic viability study. Do you want basically to have character, or do you want to have return on investment for developers? And that's what's going to come to. But the next thing I'm going to propose
Well,
that
well, hey, well, Pam, if you will, hang on. We've got to get through a couple more questions here. So, Patrick, did you get what you wanted answered?
Well, I'll just finish up because clearly we understand Pam's position. Again, I agree 100% with Pam that people come downtown for that characteristic. When we look over north of Arapahoe County offices, people aren't going to Arapahoe community offices and saying, oh, this has lost all its character. And they're certainly not looking south of Church Street to say, you know, yes, it's in the footprint or it's in the football, but it's so far out from downtown that, in my opinion, going to that 4 stories and to compare us to Nashville, which Nashville in the Bluebird is right downtown. That's like comparing Larimer Square to downtown. So I think that's a terrible example. So I still would be up for the DMU north of the county offices and south of the period or the area that's designated south.
Gotcha.
Gary, I have to say, you were incorrect. Of course, I'm willing to compromise. That's my frame of reference, trying to preserve character. That's where frame of reference. And if somebody is willing to come up with a counter offer that the rest of council would support, I am very open.
And I think that's where we are right now. Councilmember Fay, did you have something?
Yeah, based on the last bit of conversation, exactly what area are we talking about?
The entire area.
No.
Then, but if you're asking about the suggestion that Pam has, she's just talking about the DTA, and the MU on the map.
No, DTA, mixed use building only. Because it's the only one in the charts that
Right.
allows for 4 feet.
Right. That's the DTA and the MU.
So the mixed use
Okay.
building, just for clarity.
Councilmember Fay, did that answer your question?
No, that was just a clarification before I asked my question.
Okay, go ahead and get your question. Then we have Elra, then Scott, and then Kelly.
I would like to pause a minute and propose something for us to really think about. We've heard from every direction that people value historic downtown Littleton as it is. And it's economically viable right now, except for the COVID interruption. To change that into something where some people can make more money. That's what economic viability means. Some people can make more money. Already people are making money there. It's thriving. If we change it, we risk losing it. And we are proposing changing it a lot.
Thank you. Councilmember Elrod.
So what I'd like to bring to the table is a little bit on the question that was being asked or comment that was being made by Pat on looking at these areas. So I think to start having a discussion on height, and I think most of you know that I like to make a proposal on changing some of the boundaries. So, I don't know, I think we should kind of have this discussion all together because changing the boundary of the map has an impact on our discussion of height.
Yes, I agree.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know if and it's not about tabling discussion or pushing this discussion about height, but I think we almost have to start with what are the right boundaries first. And then once we establish those boundaries, then come back to this discussion on height. I do think that there is a compromise that we can navigate through, but that would be my suggestion.
I think that's an excellent suggestion. Before we get to Councilmember Milliman, where in our discussion tonight, Brett, do we have the boundaries? When would that be a good place? Can we do it now after Kelly's question, or would you prefer to wait on that?
To the extent that, they go hand in hand on where you are looking at possibly restricting the 3-story height I think you can certainly discuss the map now.
Great. Let's go ahead and we'll go to Councilmember Milliman.
I just want to reiterate that between Tended Keys, Economic and Planning Systems, EPS, are their staff with the City of Littleton, Historic Preservation Board, Planning Commission, and with all the comments from citizens within this community, this proposal, it is vetted, it has been analyzed, it has been studied, there's blood, sweat, and tears in this to make our downtown better going forward. It's gonna change. It always has since the late 1800s. If we establish a historic preservation district on Main Street in Alamo, that is gonna protect those buildings. But going out from there, with these new code updates, we're going to attract really good developers, and it won't be next to each other. There'll be some really good designs. We will attract hopefully all kinds of people into our city to come live, work, and play and support our businesses going forward. I'm a little flustered that there's so many amendments tonight. I understand and I appreciate the passion, but I really do think, council, we need to really pay attention, focus, accept these phase 2 amendments as they are, and we can tweak them later on. It's not set in stone. It's a fluid document. But if we really do want to preserve our downtown going forward, we need to bring people in. And we have such a gem of an opportunity to do that, given that we have a light rail station right in downtown Littleton. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we get into that added discussion on the boundaries into the heights, let's hear from Councilmember Fay.
Yeah, the statement there that the community has said that they want development in downtown Littleton is not correct. The Envision process found that the community wants to preserve historic downtown Littleton. Changing it by having developers come in and put in buildings that will bring in more money is not preserving historic downtown Littleton. That is changing historic downtown Littleton in order for some businesses to make more money. That's not what the citizens said they wanted in the Envision process at all.
Thank you. And I'm going to go to Councilmember Elrod. You brought up the boundaries. Would you like to kick that up?
So my proposal to council, this was actually the proposal that we had in this version, although this version doesn't have a date and then it changed at some point. And I don't know why it changed. So the first proposal is on the downtown transition area for that to go down to Little's Creek. So this is the downtown transition south of Main Street. Right now it almost has like a step on there. So my proposal is to bring that downtown transition area to Little's Creek. The reasons for that are, one, Little's Creek becomes a natural boundary. Two, in that area, we have buildings like the Old Mill and Richard and Angeline Little's home that are, while not intended to be in a historic district, they are very historic and iconic buildings in the city of Littleton. And I think that helps to address some of the greater concerns when we do get to DMU, different than the conversation we just had on DTA, of even higher height. So my first recommendation is, again, to bring down that DTA to Little's Creek. So it's just Where the parking lot is for next to the light rail, that's fine at DMU. So it's just, I guess, west of, I can't see that street name. I think Jennifer can point out my recommendation.
Jennifer, can you identify the area that Karina's
So
talking?
Nevada, right?
Yeah, so Brett will have to do that because he has the slide up right now.
Okay.
Brian, so it's west of Nevada and north of Little's Creek, all the way over to Santa Fe, correct?
Correct. Thank you, right there, yeah.
But you're following that. So that's what you're proposing.
No.
North of Little's Creek, Brian, this straight through there. Yep, everything from there to the west.
Did everyone see that?
And that's what you're suggesting, we move the DTA down, color that in blue.
Correct. So it would look like, no, it's not on here. Yeah, that's what I'm recommending.
Okay, cool. Okay, all right. Carol, you have your hand icon up. I don't know if you mean to or not.
No, it just didn't get lowered. I'll lower it.
Okay, all right. Who else would like to comment on what Karina is suggesting? Well, Pam, go ahead.
I would support Karina's suggestion to preserve that iconic area near Santa Fe would be a great thing to do.
Great, thank you. Council Member Milliman.
Hi, I'm just going to go back to the EPS and ask Andrew and Tim, what are the ramifications of pushing that border down to Little's Creek?
And
Or unintended consequences for feasible projects.
And Brett, could you use your cursor and just delineate that new boundary? Okay. So that little stair step block would convert from DMU into DTA. Is that right?
Okay, yeah, Karina's nodding her head, yes.
Okay. The two things I would say is that the term preservation is interesting in this conversation. We think that the communities that do best are the ones that have a little bit of a dynamic inflow, outflow, if you will, not only of dollars, but of people, but of, the whole 9 yards of vitality. And retail is on the ropes. Before COVID, retail was on the ropes. With COVID, it's accelerating the trends, and particularly local retailers that don't have a strong online presence are particularly challenged. So to maintain the character that we enjoy today in downtown Littleton, it's going to take all of the various support that we can give it. And so the additional, any additional households in close proximity to these shops and restaurants are going to ultimately benefit those shops and restaurants. So we think that that additional support is needed to be able to keep the character that we see today. The other point I would mention, and I'm really kind of reaching into Brett and Brian's world in Nori Winter, and we've worked with Nori for literally decades. Drawing boundaries along alleys is sometimes better because the face of the blocks can then be more complementary. It's a little counterintuitive in terms of how to draw downtown urban design maps and character areas, but generally mid-block that allow the faces to be similar reinforce a stronger sense on the street. But that's really Nori's world, and I wish he were here tonight to be able to further articulate it. He really is one of the best along those lines.
Well,
Thank you.
there
We,
has been
go ahead, Brett.
Well, I was going to say there has been discussion about keeping the buildings that face Little's Creek and using that, the current boundary right now to transition from the DTA to DMU at an alley rather than at a street. The thinking is that the transition would be less apparent there than it would be at the street when you have one side of the street that's one thing and the other side of the street that's another. So that was in part some of the thinking with drawing the boundary where it's at today.
Councilmember Driscoll and Elrod.
Yes, you guys are proving what Kelly and I are basically trying to say is we have some experts here and we have a lot of other groups that had vetted this map. And to start changing boundaries just because it follows a creek or because you want to add, as Pam said, iconic. I don't think there's anything iconic about that little section I can think of. I know there's a McDonald's in there, but I can't think of anything else iconic. So again, I think we can beat this to death with redrawing this entire map and, but I'm sticking with my guns and going with what's proposed.
Crane, I'm going to skip you and let Scott get in there. He hasn't had a chance to speak yet. We'll get back to you, Crane.
Brett, what street are you referring to? If we were to move the DTA boundary south to Little's Creek, what street do you mean? Because what's there is the Little's Creek path and the drainage itself.
Right. Yep. I misspoke.
Does that change your analysis?
Is it Church?
No, Church is way south of there, another half a block south. If we were to follow Karina's proposal, we don't run into a street at the south boundary. We run into Little's Creek.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Does that change the analysis that we were just talking about, having things not, face alleys or boundaries drawn at alleys or whatever?
Yeah, it does. I could see some warrant for making that adjustment. It just really depends on decision of the council and what your pleasure is. I could argue it both ways. I don't know that I'm really firm one way or another particularly. I think the reason it was drawn originally was just because of the patterns and the building types in the area. But, again, I think it's at the council's discretion.
Thank you. Councilmember Elrod.
Thank you, Scott. That was one of the comments I was going to make. I just want to also comment to, I think, the EPS consultant. So remember, DTA also does allow for office and other uses. So DTA is actually very forgiving, and it has a broad, I actually think comparing DTA to DMU, it has absolutely the same uses allowed for. Really, the distinction between DTA and DMU is more about that character area, and it's described as pedestrian-oriented, reflects historical residential form and usage while accommodating higher density, mix of commercial, office, hotel, restaurants, etc. And so that's, again, that comes back to my point of why this really just seems a very reasonable and logical delineation along Little's Creek as we think about the future. We've all talked about activating Little's Creek to be much more pedestrian oriented. And I think that goes in line with what the purpose of DTA is without compromising the opportunity in DMU, which then goes further south to Church. So, I come back to it. So it's not where McDonald's is, Pat. McDonald's is further down south near Church. This really is the only thing you see in that area right now is the Richard Little's house. I think that accounting, Padgett Accounting Services building. There's the Dirt Coffee, and there's the Old Mill. So those are kind of, the area that I'm referring to there to be able to take it down to Little's Creek. It's truly that little sliver.
Thank you. Councilmember Grove. Go ahead, Pam.
I'd like to say I don't dismiss any of the consultants and the hundreds of hours that staff and everybody has put into this. But just because it's written there doesn't mean that it's what we as representatives of our citizens should approve. I think that there's some places that need to be tweaked. We've been talking about lot line to lot line buildings, and it's taken many, many reiterations, and we get them moved in a half an inch. It just doesn't mean it's perfect if it's written down. And I think we need to do our due diligence and look at these things like map and height and parking. And I have to admit, I have another 7 or 8 amendments, not as controversial as these, but just because it's written there doesn't make it right.
Good. Thank you. Well, Council, if we could bring up all of the council members again. And I just want to go through. So Karina has made a suggested amendment to move the DTA area on the south, kind of that stair step area, if you will. Does anybody have any questions? If you have a question of what the area is, let me know. But I guess I want to start with just, I know, Pam, you're in favor of Karina's suggestion, given that direction?
Yes, Jerry.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I got this participation thing blocking, so I can't always see the people. All right. So yeah, Pam, I know. And then Karina, we know you are, of course. And then Kelly, where are you? Are you okay with this or no? I think the answer is no.
Oh, I'm sticking with the proposed minutes as they are tonight. Yeah.
And Patrick, I think I know where you are on this.
Well, you know, I'm glad Scott and Karina brought that up. If it is truly the creek, Little Creek, then I would be in favor. I was thinking that went over to, I thought it was Church. So my apologies, Pam. So that does have some iconic buildings in there. So
yeah, Church is way south. So right. Is that the dividing line right there, Brent? Is the creek, the south side of the creek?
That's being proposed is
correct.
The area that was outlined. Yes, the DT area would extend down to the creek.
Okay, so Patrick, you're a yes on that change.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that because I agree with Karina. We want to preserve the creek and try to make that a walking area and so I do agree that's our border. I wish we would have had a little better map. My apologies.
Carol, what kind of direction you want to give on this one?
Yes, I agree.
And Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I agree. And bear with me while I try to articulate my reasons for just a second. I really appreciate Karina offering that suggestion. I think for me, it strikes an important balance that solves quite a few of the downtown riddles for me, right? I'm looking at the height chart that staff provided us, and it's pretty telling, right? Of the 300 or so buildings downtown in the downtown football, only 4 go over 51 feet, and they're all, with the exception of the mill, institutional buildings, including Arapahoe Community College and the county office buildings. So 5 stories is I think something to be pretty cautious about. We don't have 5 stories in much of the downtown football. At the same time, Pat makes, I think, an important point that when you get way far south, for example, along Church Street, which I, used to drive on almost every day, the southwest portion of that is a gas station. I think it's a bit of a stretch to say that we're protecting community character by disallowing 5 stories or allowing 5 stories rather instead of a gas station. And immediately north of the gas station is the McDonald's, right? And I think ditto, when you get far north of the county offices, I think there's less of a concern, in my mind at least, with that protection of community character. I think allowing for the opportunities that the DMU presents south of Little's Creek is okay for me. I think it strikes the correct balance between preservation and consideration of character on the one hand, and on the other hand, the need to allow for economic opportunity. The same with the far north DMU area. So I certainly support this. I suppose I would add that I do have my eye on this DMU that's west of Prince, because it maybe creates some of the same concerns in my mind as the area that is in red, but that Karina is proposing be transitioned to blue and the downtown transition area. So yeah, I appreciate that suggestion a lot, actually, Karina. So thank you.
All right, thank you. I believe that, and I too am in favor of that suggestion. So where we are right now, council, is on the first suggestion by Pam. We did not agree to move forward with that one, but on this suggestion that, Karina, go ahead.
I do have another map adjustment. So before we go back to height, I'd like to discuss the second map adjustment.
Okay, let me just finish on this one then. On this one, with that stair step area, I think we have a majority of council, at least 6 of us, to give direction to relocate that boundary. Mark, you're good?
Yes, Mayor. We're good on that particular amendment.
Thank you. All right, Karina, I'll go back to you. You had another suggestion on this?
Thank you. If you could please bring the map back up. So the second area that I would like to propose a change is what is now the red hatched area of DMU. And what red hatched means is that it limits that to 3 stories. So my recommendation is to make that DTA, downtown transitional. And my reasons for that: one, it addresses the 3-story essentially. So there's no need to have a variation to DMU. Let's just make it DTA and we get what we're intending there. I think this area is also, when you think of what DTA is intended to be, it's intended to be transitional. That is an area that has neighborhoods nearby, it has institutional nearby, it has a park nearby, and then it has DMU nearby. So I think this is another one that's kind of in the middle of some very interesting places that I would recommend simply turning those red hatch area to DTA. Looking at it from, one of the elements of DTA being sensitive to historic and even pedestrian friendly. So one, connecting to the downtown neighborhood. So wanting to make sure our neighborhoods feel pedestrian friendly. We're near the park. We have Geneva Lodge. We have the Painted Ladies, the Victorian houses right there in that yellow section. So this one, again, to me, just seems like a sensible approach to change that to DTA.
So you're offering the amendment to change both those hatch areas there?
Correct.
I'm sorry, did you say yes?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, good. All right, so right now, Council, what we have on the table is to change those 2 hatch areas to a DTA. All right, so let's start with Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Grove.
This one I don't support. Most of what's hatched there is Geneva Village, and I think the best approach for the council to take, and as far as I understand, is the approach that we're currently scheduled to take, which is let's address it separately at a future date as its own thing. Let's give it a 3-dimensional conversation. I think that it's sort of a bit extraordinary within the football. It needs to be set aside for a later time. So.
All right, well, thank you. So you would be not in support of that amendment, it sounds like. We'll go to Councilmember Grove.
I wouldn't be adverse to it, although I like Scott's suggestion that we take that separately. Kind of adding on to that, there's a little tiny hatched area that's got a house and a medical office. I guess it was the old person who, the doctor who used to take care of the racetrack, that probably should be DNR. It's got two little houses. One is a medical facility, and I guess one's a home. So if we're gonna get rid of the thatched area, the white thatched area, we should probably just make that DNR.
Right. So I'm sorry, so you were opposed or agree with?
I'm open to it, although I do like Scott's suggestion of taking that whole area.
Okay, so I'm gonna put you as a no right now, as a, given that direction, if you don't mind. We'll go to Councilmember Elrod. Did you have something you want to add again?
Yeah, I guess if we take it off the table, you know, because this is something that I've been bringing up for a few sessions now. If we take it off the table, and that sounds to me like do nothing, then do nothing goes back to keeping it as institutional, which I've been asking about for some time. Our current character map for that area is actually institutional. This is the downtown design standard map, has it as institutional. That's where that came up in prior conversations. Or if you want to look at it from a zoning perspective, it's currently CA, and the CA zoning is 40 feet. So, you know, all of this is like an apples to orange to pear comparison. So I guess I don't understand what take it off the table and look at it would mean. And that's in part my recommendation of DTA is keeping it more closer aligned to the current CA zoning. To be quite honest with you, it's essentially saying let's not change what we don't know how we want to change yet.
Okay, we'll go to back to Pro Tem.
I think just to try to answer your question, Karina, for myself, the difference with Geneva Village is that the city owns it. And so until council makes a decision on it, it's less at risk of being developed in a way that we don't support. If we set it aside for a separate conversation, we can be very deliberate about what we want it to become down the road. I don't think it's threatened with some kind of slot home type development that we've been concerned about up to now. So.
Great, thank you. All right, I'm going to start just going around to each council member just to get, if you want to agree with that type of an amendment. I'll start with Council Member Driscoll, and then.
I wouldn't support that. I like Scott's suggestions. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Let's go. So Elrod, we have Faye.
I would like to ask the city attorney a question.
Go ahead.
Reed, is the Geneva Village area protected because the city owns it, or is it at as much at risk as any other part of the city downtown?
Reed may have stepped away. Mark, is that something that you can take on?
Be happy to, Mayor, Council. My opinion, I guess it is protected as long as the city owns it. So you can't make a decision unless there's more than 4 of you wanting to do something different.
And we could do that at any time is what you're saying.
Correct.
Kind of what the Mayor Pro Tem has suggested. That's something we can address at a later time.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. So where are you on that, Carol?
I'm at a loss. I don't know what to say, so I'm not going to say anything.
Okay. We'll go to Council Member Milliman. I don't have your thoughts.
I support Scott's recommendation.
So you're okay? You're a yes on that direction? Okay, great. Thank you. So then Carol, we don't know. I think I'm go ahead. I think I'm also a yes. So who have we not heard from? Carol, Carol's the only one that we have in there that hasn't given a direction what she'd like to see. Carol, did you want to add any other thoughts to it?
No. I'm a no contest or whatever you call no vote.
Okay. All right. Well, I think at this point, then that it is going to. I got to put you down as a no, and it's so at this point, it's not going to move forward with that amendment. That is. Okay.
I'm back. I apologize. Had some shenanigans going upstairs with children and pets that I needed to attend to.
Never happens. Never happens.
Sorry. So if the question was related to Geneva Village, I think I caught it out of the computer upstairs, and whether that's protected in any sort of fashion because it's a city-owned property. The answer to that is no. The park adjacent to it, Geneva Park, is certainly protected, and any changes to that park or any future development, if that ever came down, that would require a vote of the people through our charter. So I hope that answers the question, and I apologize for the delay on that.
No, not a problem. Carol, did that help you out with anything you had to say? Cool. All right.
Yeah, so I'm a no because it's not protected.
Gotcha. All right, we have Councilmember Grove.
Now I'm switching. I'm a no because it's not protected, and there's a 4-story mixed use option right now that I don't have support for in DTA. So I would not support that. And also, it's not just Geneva Village. If you look at the white hatch, it goes around in front of the city building. And again, there's that little other white hatched area hanging out there, which is should probably be residential. So it goes beyond Geneva Village.
So at this point, it doesn't have council direction to move that proposed amendment forward. Councilmember Milliman?
I just wanted to confirm that you understood that I agreed with Scott's proposal.
I put you down as a no. On the what we were looking at the direction of, and Scott was basing his no on what he said about addressing it later. So what we were looking at, Kelly, just to make sure we all know what we're talking about here. Yeah. Both the red hatched areas, it was being suggested that we change it to the DTA, and that's what we were asking about.
Yeah, and I don't support that.
Great, yeah, and that's what I have done. I have Scott, Pam, Patrick, and Carol all as no, so we're not moving that one forward either. Scott, you had something else?
Yeah, I'm curious now too about Pam's question about this hatched area to the west, right along Santa Fe. I'm having a hard time picturing what's there, but it does strike me that it's probably residential, right?
Yeah, it's small buildings. I guess the heritage of it, it's R5, and that is the only buildings in R5. It was made specifically for this doctor, is my understanding. So it sounds like it's residential. There's a couple small houses, so that was just an error. I think it should be residential, and I would like to get support to do that.
Okay. All right, Kelly.
So that house that's right there on that corner where this is being referenced, it's a chiropractic office now, and I think it's just a single story. I don't know when the house was built, maybe the 60s or the 70s or something. I don't know. I don't know what the history of it is, but it's a very busy corner, and it's right next to. It's right across the street from. What's that? Is that the Essex Motel? So it's when you come off of Santa Fe, it's just to your right there, next to the hotel.
Yep, exactly. All righty, Councilmember Elrod.
Yeah, sorry, I was actually going to articulate what Kelly just said. It's actually not a residential, it's an office, and it's a very busy corner. The frontage almost feels like it's on Santa Fe.
Great, all right. So unless there's another suggested amendment from council, Brett, I think you can take it away. So I just want to be clear with so that council and staff let me just back up here a second. So the only suggestion that has been agreed to by council to give direction to make those changes was to change or to move that DTA portion, that south portion, the stair step part, to move that. Yes. Then that's so far. That's the only thing that we were giving direction to change.
And Mayor, was there a decision on the original proposal by Pam for mixed use?
On that one, it was a no. We, Pam and Carol were the two that were in favor of, and that one, council, was the 3-story, 45-foot DTA and the MU areas.
Okay.
To limiting it, setting it at 3 feet or 3 stories and 45 feet. And the majority of the council said, no, they don't want to make that change.
Okay.
Is that good? You got it, Brett?
Yes, I do.
Good, thank you.
The last topic on this building height is roof slopes. There was some cells, let me pull it up here. There was some cleanup that needed to happen that somebody pointed out, where the minimum sloping roof form had not been filled in, where there was a roof slope. So that has gone back. Wherever there is a required roof slope, there is a percentage of the minimum sloping roof form. And so that was a cleanup. I believe the one difference that was discussed or proposed relative to was relative to apartments. I believe the question was in the DMU that there should be a sloped roof on apartments. Let me get to it here real quick.
And Councilmember Grove, you have your hand up?
I'll wait till Brett finishes with the slope, because I was the one that brought that up.
Okay, thank you.
That looks administrative, and
Yeah,
then
we'll start with you when we get to that part then.
Okay.
Yeah, everything else was primarily administrative, just kind of consistency. That was the only thing in the regulations that there was no roof slope required for apartments. And Pam had mentioned requiring a roof slope on 25% of the roof on apartments in the mixed use area. Pam, did you want to elaborate on that?
It's just, yeah, we have roof slopes on everything, that we should probably have them on apartments too for consistency.
What degree of roof slope?
25%. And it's page
Councilmember-
159 if anybody wants to look at it.
It's 512 slope for or steeper, and 312 or steeper for porches and add-ons. And it was 25% was what she was pointing out.
Okay. Councilmember Elrod, did you have something?
I'm not clear of where this change is. Can you please reference where on a table or a page this change would be made?
It's page 139. Hold on.
And
Okay, so 139 and then what?
There's no roof slope.
yeah,
It's letter A at the
letter A
second
under
set of.
form and orientation on the far right DMU, there was no roof slope. And it was proposed that there should be a 25% roof slope for the DMU for this building type.
So Pam, is that an amendment that you would like council to consider?
Yes.
Okay, so then the question, council, is if everybody got to page 139 there for the building form and orientation, and this is throughout, yeah, it's all the areas. So the question is, or the amendment that Pam would like to make is a minimum of 25%.
Just so everyone knows, in a multiplex and the commercial, we have these roof slope requirements. It's just apartments is the only one that didn't.
Great. I just want to make sure. So we're making it's clear for all buildings then that'll have a minimum of 25% slope. Is that correct, what you're trying to make out there, Pam?
Yes.
Great. All right. All right. So that's what we're discussing right now. Then we have Council Member Elrod. Council Member Elrod, we are waiting to
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
hear you.
Thank you. So still not clear. If I look at page 139, it says NA across all downtown character areas, DNR, DTA, DMS, DMU. And
Let me clarify, we're talking just DTA.
You're only talking DTA. Okay.
And all of the buildings, all types have roof slopes except apartments, single family, multiplex, live work, multi-use, commercial, industrial, all of them except for that one.
Okay, so again, let me just summarize if I may. So you want to consider in the DTA, the roof slope must be 25% on all buildings.
Yes.
Cool. All right. Go ahead, Karina.
But the change is just in table 10-4-18. That's what I'm trying to clarify exactly where this change is.
And M after it. M as in Mary. Same table.
Yes, thank you. So 10-4-18M will be changed for DTA that the minimum slope roof will be 25%.
Yes.
Thank you.
Building form and orientation, row A.
And Brett, you're saying that was an administrative miss, or was that intentional and this is a change?
Well, if you look at the graphics on the apartments, I think they were intended to have more of a flat roof, but I think it's a very good point that's pointed out that all the other building types provide for that roof slope except for the apartments. So I thought that was a good point that was made.
Okay, so based on that, may I continue talking? Or do you want to go?
Please.
Okay. So based on that, that changes a little bit of what this truly is an amendment. There is value to different roof lines, right? That creates diversity and character in and of itself. So I think I'm not going to support this because I think diversity in rooftop types is a good thing and interesting for our downtown.
Okay, cool. All right, we have Council Member Milliman.
I agree with Karina. I think what makes a downtown unique is having some differences in roof slopes. If they all look the same, it's going to be pretty boring. And I'm not exactly sure why you'd want to have a sloped roof on an apartment building. I don't think I know of any of them that have that, but I don't support that amendment either.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear from Council Member Driscoll on this.
Go with the direction of staff and of Kendi Keith. Whatever makes the most sense. I'm in the middle on this one.
Okay. Council, let's see, I already got her. Council Member Fay.
I'm in support of it. This is asking for 25% of the roof to be sloped. And we've had months of conversation about the value of having sloped roofs in order to preserve community character.
Okay.
In light of all the other building types in that area being required to have a certain percentage of sloped roofs, to me, it only makes sense that this type would also.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem.
I can see it both ways. I suppose it makes sense for it to be, to have a required roof slope like all of the other building forms in that use area. If Brett thinks that that's a useful suggestion, I'll just take my cue from him. It sounded to me, Brett, like you thought that could be a positive addition. So if I'm right in that, I'm fine to add a
And-
roof slope to the apartments.
It is 25%. Some of the other building types have a 50%, but so this was a fairly modest change from the original, just flat roof. So that's why I thought it was foreseeable. It could be okay.
Okay.
That's fine with me then.
Yeah, and it's fine with me too. I like buildings that have a little bit of a slope, and that's not a huge slope, that's for sure. So we do have 4 council members who are in favor of that amendment to make that change. And that would be Grove, Fay, Valdez, and Millen, sorry. So those 4 are at least in favor. So if we could, let's make that change.
Do we need an amendment, Jerry or Reed?
Well,
Or do-
that is the amendment that you were proposing, was that in the DTA area must have a 25% slope.
But do I need to bring this forward next week?
No, I think if my understanding is we're given these suggestions or asking them to make these changes, and then we're going to see everything later.
Actually,
Mark, is that correct?
No, I think in this particular case, we would have an amendment for this change, much like we have on the other one. So staff can draft this up. It'll be clear and presented.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so I see what we're saying. So these amendments that we either are agreeing to or not agreeing to will be put into a formal document, and then that's what we'll vote on next Tuesday.
Correct.
correct.
Thank you.
Yeah. And
Was
then
that-
Brett, if we get to the point that we're moving on from height, maybe you can just do a brief recap of what is advancing. Sounds like there's 2.
Yeah,
So
there's
far,
2.
2.
There's what we just talked about, and there was extending the DTA boundary south to Little's Creek.
Yep.
The other 2 proposals did not pass.
That's correct. We have Councilmember Grove, your hand is up, and then Milliman.
I have 2 more height-related issues, whenever you're ready.
Let's hear, Kelly, did you have a comment on the issue we were just talking about?
I do. I have a question for Brett. If we do approve a 25% slope on an apartment building, could that potentially affect the height of that building?
We have a maximum height in feet as it is. So they would have to adhere to that maximum height.
Maybe I should have asked if that's going to affect the number of stories. And
No.
say it's a residential building, would that impact the number of stories for that building?
No, right now in the DTA for the apartment, the height is 3 stories or 45 feet. So that would remain the same.
Great, thank you. Good question.
Mayor, if we're
Mayor
done
Pro-
with the slides for a minute, can we see the council?
Can we bring council back up, please? All right,
Thanks.
go ahead. Oh, Karina.
I didn't have anything else. I just wanted to see the council. I know Pam.
Oh,
had
okay,
something, right?
okay. Oh, cool. Well, wanted to see you too, Scott. All right. All right. Well, so far though, we have 2 amendments. And again, as it's going to happen, council, is that staff is going to formalize these documents, bring them to us, and then we will vote on them, the changes either in favor of or not in favor of come Tuesday. That is correct, Reed?
It would be a week from Tuesday the 6th. No meeting next
on
week.
this. The 6th. Gotcha.
Right.
Thank you. All right. Scott, did you have something else? Your hand is up. Nope. Pam, did you have something else? Or are you ready to move on to the next thing?
I have an easy one that may be just an administrative thing.
All right, let's hear
A
it.
softball. Page 131, under building height B, number of stories. It's 2.5 throughout, but in DTA and DMU, it's 2, and I think that's a typo.
Yeah, we received that comment and that change was made to both of those being 2.5.
So we're good.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's just not reflected in your version.
it's okay. So that's administrative no amendment. Okay.
Okay, good, good.
The other thing I would like to bring up is we have, and this may be we've kind of circled around it, but we really haven't dealt with it. We have 5 stories, 65 feet in DMU for apartments, for mixed use, and 4 stories, 55 feet for commercial in DMU. So we have some big buildings. 65 feet is about 10 feet shorter than the mill. Back to my comment, do we want huge buildings affecting the character of our area? I suggest we make it 4 stories max.
So are you making suggesting an amendment here for us to consider?
My suggested amendment is that we have 4 stories maximum in DMU. And that would impact apartments would be 4 stories and mixed use would be 4 stories. Commercial is already 4 stories and everything else is 3 stories.
So you're looking to have an amendment that'll be for in all DMU areas, maximum 4 stories. Do you have a feet on there?
Well, right now it's 4 stories, 55 feet. I'd love to go to 4 stories, 50 feet or lower, but we'll see what we can get.
Okay, so right now yours is 4 stories limit.
Yeah, I'd like to see if we get stories. If council agrees with that, then the next step would be discuss feet. It would be my suggestion.
Brett, are you able to talk a little bit about the step backs in terms of the design on that? And even, I guess, the implication on square footage from EPS?
Let me go back here. Sorry, I'm pulling up the table here.
So council, but before he gets into it, so what we're looking at here is Pam's proposed amendment that'll be for DMU area, have a maximum of 4 stories. At some point, I want to look at that map again that we had earlier for all council to see. Right, Brett?
So what Kathleen is asking about, so for instance, on the mixed use building type in DMU, 5 stories, 65 feet. But the top story would be only 80% of the floor below it. So there would be a step back between the 4th and the 5th floor of I think we considered, I think we talked about 20 feet. Yeah, step back distance is 20 feet. So that would lessen the bulk and scale of that 5th floor, particularly on a building of that height from a street elevation. I think you've seen photos of that and you've got a couple buildings like that today. But basically that 5th floor would be stepped back from the 4th floor. So that was part of the consideration for allowing the 5th floor for those building types in the DMU district. So if it were to go to 4 stories, then I would suspect the same would apply, that the 4th story would be 80% of the 3rd story.
Councilmember Driscoll?
Let me ask a clarifying question. Let's say we approve the height that you're recommending. For future councils, that doesn't mean any builder can come and actually do it. It's going to probably still have to go through, I would assume it's going to hit council to get approval. certainly planning commission. Am I accurate in that, or once these are approved, developers can come in and move forward, I guess?
That's correct. These will be the standards.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Brett.
I was just providing that clarification. So I think we're ready, Mayor, for to hear from council members.
Okay, Andrew,
Yeah, Andrew is going to weigh in.
I was just going to suggest that we pull up the map. I think that the conversations about a height and context are easier to have understanding boundaries.
great. Councilmember Elrod.
Brett, you mentioned we currently have a building like this. So if you can point that out to us, and you said you had illustrations. Can you give me an illustration of this? Where the illustration is? And while you're doing that, I would not, if we go down to 4, which I'm leaning towards supporting, I would not want to, I don't want to create a wedding cake effect. And whether it's at 5-story or 4-story, I don't want to create the wedding cake effect. I don't think that looks good. And I don't think it's good use of the space, to be quite honest with you. But I'd like to see some images for reference, please.
So the image to look at would be, I believe on page 149 for the commercial building type. It's a 3-story, not a 5-story. I don't know that we have a graphic that shows a 5-story per se. There is they're all 3-story step backs for the different building types.
I think that's what makes it hard to really appreciate this, is because we don't have that visibility. The closest thing I can see is something on page 156 potentially. I think this is, I don't even know what building form. Oh, this is for a parking structure, but I think that one on the top left looks like it's a 3-story in the front, and then it has a high rise behind it. So would you say, that would be the best illustration?
What page again, Karina?
156.
156, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that illustrates it from kind of a street level perspective. Obviously, if you extend what's now 2 stories to 4-story, and then to step back on the 5th floor, the idea is that you're really not even going to see the 5th floor from the street level. You'd have to be at a distance.
I can appreciate that, and I like the intent there, but then it creates that wedding cake effect, which is just not a natural building in my mind. So I will support Pam's recommendation on this one.
Okay, so you are a yes. Okay, Councilmember Milliman.
I want to circle back to the EPS study again and have you please reiterate or explain to us if we make those changes in heights in the DMU, where those areas of the downtown area are near light rail, they're on the outskirts of the football, how that would impact going from 5 to 4 stories. And also we have a housing shortage in the city of Littleton. The downtown area is one area that we can address some of those housing issues. And again, because we are so close to light rail station that takes people directly to downtown Denver for work, we don't even have an affordable housing policy right now. And I think if we discount that and we approve 4 stories and not 5 stories, then this could impact affordable housing options in the future. But if you could address the what that means going from 5 stories to 4 stories, that would be great.
Sure. Brett, could you pull up the map?
Brian, you can do that.
Terrific.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So the specific question about 5 stories to 4 stories as it relates to mixed use, the most challenging element of a project to get to pencil is the commercial areas. In some cases, we know that developers are actually having to underwrite the commercial areas at significantly different levels of return than the residential, and the residential offsets the commercial. So if mixed use is a goal of the council, that extra story is critical in terms of getting the whole thing to work. The other thing that I think the map shows is the areas for the DMU are north and south. In our analysis, even early on when we had work sessions with Nore, Brett, Brian, and staff, we talked about how the characters are different. The character areas are different, and I think this is a highly calibrated map here to the downtown area. Usually we don't see this many sub areas within a downtown plan, but it reflects the sensitivity of what we've got going on in the community, with the mixed use being the areas that are particularly proximate to the light rail station on the south, but accommodate greater amount of height without impacting the core areas. So at any rate, in terms of feasibility, the 5th floor is needed to be able to get that mixed use elements to be integrated into one building.
So basically what we're saying, what we're asking is if we go from 5 stories and we limit it to 4 stories, we're eliminating a mixed use character area. Is that correct?
Yeah, it'll make it very difficult to get the commercial element included in that building.
So then that means less commercial development coming into downtown Littleton, which will impact the economy of downtown in the future.
True.
Thank you.
Councilmember Elrod, then Grove, then Fay.
Full of things that I want to articulate. I think Kelly brings up a good point about the affordability and the fact that we don't have an affordable housing policy yet. And that's exactly where, right? So given that we don't have that, what could be and will be built here will likely, or possibly, you can't assume it will have affordable housing. I think height actually becomes that leverage and incentive that can be used when there is value given back to a community like affordable housing. This is a strategy that cities like Denver and others use, that when a property owner comes in wanting to develop an area, they may be given a height modification for affordable housing. So I think that would be the better way to address both the incremental height and affordable housing as one of many strategies for affordable housing. Comment about if we take this down to 4 stories and not having mixed use. So 4 stories right now can take us all the way up to 55 feet, significantly higher than anything we have now. And right now we have we have mixed use in our downtown, and it's successful mixed use. And we're talking at 3 stories. So we are getting that incremental story and height that is more and better than where we are now. I do want mixed use to be successful in downtown. I am willing to look at parking. If parking is creating, EPS shared from us the 2 factors are parking and height. So in this particular case, as we discuss mixed use, I'm still of the point of view that I think I want to bring it down to 4 and determine if there's a way from a parking perspective that we can help balance the numbers there.
Okay, Councilmember Grove, then Fay.
I agree with Karina. We have many buildings in our downtown area that are not 4 stories, that are relatively new developments and that are penciling just fine. We have one on Main Street that is 3 stories stepped back to make it a nice streetscape that again pencil just fine. So I think it can be done. Littleton is a very desirable place for people to live and work and to develop that. And I don't think a story is going to deter them. Many other people have had it penciled. I understand we've heard a lot about affordable housing. I think that is something that we need to, like part of the mobile that Mark was talking about, we definitely should address. But I think in the interest of moving forward on this project, that become a separate issue to deal with at a later time.
Great, thank you. And if we could have all the Brady Bunch council screen back, that would be great. If we could go down to Council Member Fay, then Driscoll. Thank you.
Last summer, we spent tens of thousands of dollars and who knows how many hours of staff time to do the Envision Citizen Survey. And right now we are ignoring it by even considering the idea of adding more story downtown. The results of that survey were really clear that people wanted to preserve downtown as it is. And so when we talk rather cavalierly about adding 4 stories or 5 stories, completely disregarding what the citizens said. Having more economic development in an area that is already thriving doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And I think my video went away. That happened last week.
I can hear you though.
Okay. And so we have a citizen survey that says no more height in downtown, keep it the way it is in appearance. We have a thriving downtown business-wise. And now we're talking about adding more stories so that, why? So developers will be more likely to come. Brett himself, Keith, said about a year ago at a meeting in Littleton, you need to let the developers know what you want. And Littleton is in so much demand that the Littleton development will happen because developers want to be here. You don't have to compromise. So let's not compromise. Let's have it all. Brett himself told us we could have it all. We need to tell them what we want.
So Carol, I'm putting you down as a yes on the DMU maximum height of 4 stories.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Yeah, I'm going to again stick with what's being proposed. I don't think what's being proposed is ruining our downtown whatsoever. Once again, if we look at the map and where these where this is proposed, it's adding volume to the number of people that will be spending and supporting our downtown community. So I think once again, where it's located is needed for that particular area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Milliman.
And I would reiterate that I still support 5 stories in the DMU. I will say again that I appreciate the effort and the work that went into this to show what will be needed going forward the next 20, 40 years in order to continue to create a viable downtown community that will continue to support the city. And I agree with Pat. I don't think we need to bring more people into downtown so that we can keep that character, but to just keep those buildings on the perimeter. And
Okay, so I have you down as a no on that amendment. And how about Mayor Pro Tem? Where are you standing on this suggestion?
Yeah, for me, this is the one I've wrestled with the most, and I'm glad it's finally in front of us. My thinking is that 5 stories, if we call the entire downtown football our downtown, is empirically out of character, right? And I would refer again to the building height table that staff provided to us. Effectively, no buildings are 5 stories, and the height we're talking about, except for institutional buildings like ACC and the county buildings. The only exception is the mill, right? On the other hand, there's this thinking abroad that by adding the 5th story, we get something civically as a community, whether it's job creation, tax revenues, affordable housing, etc. And I think it simply does not follow, right? Unless and until we are deliberate as a council in saying you will use that 5th story to develop a project that gives us X percentage of affordable housing, or you will use that 5th story to develop a project that gives us X dollars in retail sales tax revenues. What we're likely to get, I think, given the recent development trends in downtown, is upscale housing that does precious little for the city. We can argue that those people spend dollars in the city, but we don't get affordable housing. We don't get downsized housing for seniors. We don't get starter homes for young families. We don't get job creation. We don't get sales tax revenues. I'm really struggling with this one a lot. And so I think I'm going to reserve my final decision until we're on the dais. I honestly don't know how I feel about this.
Okay. And I'm in favor of the DMU areas being a maximum of 4 stories. I think it is keeping with the character of what we have now, and I'm in favor of that. So with that, we have Pam, Karina, Carol, and myself, that's 4 of us, willing to go forward with this as an amendment for a couple Tuesdays away from here. Okay, so that one is in favor of at this point. All right, let's keep moving. Pam, you have your hand up.
So now that we've decided on 4 stories, is the number of feet right? 55 feet at 10 feet per story. We're looking as if it's almost 5.5 stories. It may not be that in terms of stories, but you're looking at a pretty big building. So I would offer to bring that down in terms of number of feet to at least 50.
So you're offering an amendment to make a 4-story maximum height 50 feet?
Correct.
Okay, so that's the amendment that Pam is proposing, that make a 4-story maximum height 50 feet. All right, let's go ahead and open that up. Patrick.
And can we just, Mayor, can we just
Sure.
have Brett talk a little bit about what's included in an average story? Because
Sure, let's do that.
Want to
and then we'll move on to
understand
Councilmember Driscoll.
that. I think that'll help with the conversation. Brett, if I
Sure.
can call on you.
Sure, yeah. As you recall, we had conversations about ground floor height and upper floor, floor to floor heights. So all the building types have been adjusted based on those conversations. So relative to both a mixed-use building type and the commercial building type, those have a 15-story first ground floor, and then each additional floor is 10 foot. So that would be 45 feet for a 4-story building. And then that would give a 5 foot, I guess, would be for any sloped roof. So commercial, there's no sloped roof on commercial in the mixed use, and there's no sloped roof on the mixed use building in the DMU district. So it would seem to support, assuming the floor-to-floor heights, the 50-foot would seem to be feasible for a 4-story building.
And then Brett, can I just ask a question about taking into consideration if there's an elevator?
I don't know, Andrew, is that something you've dealt with? I'm not sure the answer to that, Kathleen.
Yeah, so just a clarification on that. So when you have an elevator in a project, there is part of the elevator shaft that by building code has to be above a roof line. So I want to say in one of the construction people that we talked to, that was approximately anywhere from 5 to 8 feet above a roof line that the top of the elevator shaft would be. So that how does any rooftop equipment play into a 50-foot height limitation?
Well, typically your development code would be written to allow certain things such as church spires and, towers and things like that to exceed that height, but they're very explicit. So I think the elevator would probably be in that, handled in the same way. So I don't know that just an elevator shaft would affect the height per se.
I have a question of clarification, if I can ask it.
Okay.
Brett, I just want to confirm that I understood correctly. I've had a hard time on remembering exactly where the final recommendations came out on form. Would these buildings then have flat roofs, and is that also under consideration tonight? Or would they, in fact, be able to have the flat roofs in this zone district?
Yeah, so the draft that council has in their packet for a mixed-use building type in the DMU area, there is no required slope for either the mixed-use building or the commercial building. So
I think that will be important to maintain that standard at the lower height, because the roof, just as slope is mandated, it takes away building volume, and the peak of the roof would be, agreed upon as the maximum height, but that slope, just to kind of articulate the geometries of what Nori had all laid out, would limit that ceiling height in the livable space to the point where it would take away that story. So I think that it would be important if there's going to be a recognition that the roof can be flat, then, and the appurtenances like elevators and things like that can go above this height. I think those are important things to ensure that the overall viability of the project is intact.
Thank you. Reed, you had something, and then Mark.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll take my hand down. It was for a different topic. So
Okay. Mark?
Yeah, just quickly, I think Andrew kind of touched on the point I guess I was going to raise. I know that in some of the projects that I've seen come before Littleton downtown area, things like HVAC and parapets kind of play into the calculation of height. And so I just want to make sure, Brett, and maybe Jennifer, you may want to comment. If we go down to the 50 feet, I'd be concerned about how we calculate that relative to parapets and the HVAC equipment, elevators included.
Yeah, and I would say how we've currently been measuring height on a flat roof is we go to the highest portion. And so that does include the elevator and the parapet around any of the mechanical, including whatever is set up around the elevator. So it's typically at least another 5 feet at least that you're having to count on top of a flat roof structure with an elevator on the side or on the top.
Yeah, and building height plays into that because line of sight is different on lower buildings relative to any rooftop equipment. So when we're talking about a 4-story building, if you have an extra 5 foot for a parapet, that would be sufficient. The question would be, and usually, as Andrew said, there's appurtenances that are typically called out as exceptions to the height. I would think that the elevator would be one of those exceptions.
Currently, our only exception is church steeples. So that's within our existing code.
Yeah.
Maybe you could hide one on a church steeple.
Something we're gonna have to be considered.
Probably list 8 or 10 different things that would fall under those appurtenances that are allowable.
If we can go to some questions here, we'll go to Councilmember Driscoll, then Elrod, then Fay.
And I support this, the 55 feet.
You're in support of the limit to 4 stories, maximum height to 50 feet.
55. What's being proposed?
Oh, okay. So and Pam's amendment is 50 feet. So
Right,
you're opposed to this amendment.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Sorry.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. And let's go to Council Member Elrod.
I'm opposed to this amendment. I think we should keep it at 4 stories, 55 feet. A lot of the calculations have been done around that. And given that it went through planning with architects and people like that have looked at it from that perspective, I feel much more confident with the 4-story 55. So I'm not supporting this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Council Member Fay.
I'd first like to say that to the host, that I am not able to restart my video. I have a message that says, and this is to our host, okay, we might be making some progress here. There, thank you. I am in support of this amendment. Being an HVAC person, that's what my career was in. I'm aware of all the rooftop equipment that's put on the roof. And the point used to be to make that equipment as invisible as possible, even though it's there. We have a current trend, as we see with slot homes in Littleton Village, to take that jutting piece for the elevator and jut it up even higher, and then somehow to emphasize that piece so that the building looks higher than it needs to. And Brett, can we say anything about that we prefer the elevator shaft not to be particularly visible instead of it being emphasized? Question to Brett.
Yeah, I mean, that can certainly be done.
What would you say?
Well, I don't know exactly what the building code height is that Jennifer mentioned. But on a building, if we're talking about a single elevator, I don't know that is going to disrupt or take away from the overall building form per se. So I'm not overly concerned about it, but I guess there could be different things that could be done to try to de-emphasize it, if you will, as opposed to designing it to call it out. I mean, it's a utility, right? It's an elevator stack. So, I mean, we can write the code to address that as part of the aesthetic.
Okay, we can. Now, what do we need to do for council to weigh in on whether we want you to do that or not?
Let's just get comments from council members to how they want to treat
Yeah.
the elevator, or if you want to treat it.
Yeah, let's get through this proposed amendment. So Carol, I have you down as you're in favor of the proposed amendment.
Yes, thank you.
And for myself, I'm a no. I think this has been vetted already with our planning commission who are vet these things a lot. So I'd still like to hear from Councilmember Milliman.
I do not support this amendment either. I support 4 stories and 55.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I don't support this for the reasons that the mayor and Councilmember Elrod nodded at. This isn't just a height consideration. It's, I think, in a lot of ways, an architectural consideration. And I think our planning commission's far more qualified to weigh in on that than we are.
Great, thank you. So what we have at this point for the amendment of the limit 4 stories to a maximum height of 50 feet, we only have 2 council members that want to look for an amendment on that. So with that, we don't have to move that one forward. All right, let's keep rolling here. Does anybody need to take a break, or can we keep going? Break, I see one break. Let's just do a break then. All right, it is, right now it is 8:36. If we can get back in about 5 minutes, that'll make it 8:41. All right, I'd like to bring the meeting back to order. It is 8:41. And we have a couple amendments that council has agreed to move forward, or at least a couple, maybe it's three now. Mark, do you have anything you want to say at this point, how we're doing?
No, nothing to add at this point. I think we've gotten through some of the bigger and tougher issues, so appreciate that. But nothing at
Great.
this.
All right, thank you. Let's see, hopefully Councilmember Elrod is back or within hearing distance, and Councilmember Driscoll. All right, Kathleen, are we back to Brett again, or where are we?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and then Brett, I think because I think that we've moved past height and now we're moving on to parking.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep. So 3 topics that have continued on here. If you recall, the distance for off-site parking. It's very common across ordinances that this is, 300 to 600 feet. Earlier, we had talked about this and the decision was made to extend it out to 1,320 feet, which is basically a quarter-mile radius, which is common for walking to transit stops. That's kind of the pedestrian shed for transit. I have concern about that. I don't know, do we know what the typical block length in downtown is now? Jennifer, if you're on, or anybody else?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What the block length in downtown is right now?
I
You know, is it 250 or 300 or?
I don't even think it's that long. Mike, do you know? Let me look into that.
Give me a moment and I'll look it up.
Okay. So, I mean, if you're talking about 250-foot blocks, you're talking about somebody walking 6 blocks or longer to off-street or off-site parking. So with weather conditions and things of that nature, the question is whether or not that is reasonable. To me, I think it may be a bit long to expect somebody to walk a quarter mile to park at an off-site location. So I would be more in favor and feel more comfortable with something more in the range about half that, maybe 660 or something thereabouts. Like I said, most of the time when you see this in ordinances, an off-site is 300 to 500 feet. That's standard across the nation. And we had extended it to 1,320 based on a comment, just because that's the pedestrian shed for transit. So that's the first issue. If you wanted me to go on and talk about any of the other issues.
Let's go ahead and continue. Let's continue.
Okay. So we had a lot of conversation about parking ratios, and I don't know if Andrew wanted to kind of weigh in on that a little bit. The parking ratios that are in here are basically trying to move toward what was found through the economic viability study relative to the impact or influence of parking on viability of buildings. There are also a number of different ways or avenues that people can get reductions in exchange for transit use and other types of things, such as ride share, shared parking, and things of that nature. Since you originally saw this, the most recent draft has drawn those back a little bit. They were, I think, probably too liberal to begin with. So, Andrew, you might weigh in on that, and I will find the section of the draft particularly to talk about that.
Sure. In our initial analysis, we found that parking had the biggest impact on overall viability. And I think it's interesting to note that some of the recent projects in downtown Littleton have received parking reductions. And I think that's one of the reasons why they've been able to move forward, particularly at lower heights, is because they had a relief in parking requirements. So one or the other is, we noted, was helpful, parking being more impactful than anything else. I think that generally, we think, based on a lot of work we've done for private developers as well as cities, municipalities, transit districts, that walkable proximity to the to transit is an amazing asset. I mean, it works very well, and it's many communities are trying to do that. We're working with one right now in the northwest part of the metro area that's trying to extend their rail to their downtown, specifically to have the same kind of benefits that Littleton has today. And parking reductions within a walk shed of that make a lot of sense. And we're seeing some communities go as low as 0.7 per unit. That might be a little aggressive, but certainly relief for walkability to transit makes a lot of sense.
One other thing to note, the reduced parking scenarios that we ran, I think across the board, multifamily, office, and retail, are all supported from a market perspective. So we looked at a number of recently completed multifamily and office projects. And without thinking about the zoning from a market perspective, those ratios that we ran are supported from a demand perspective. So that's really what renters and office tenants are looking for. They don't necessarily need those higher parking ratios.
So as you're talking about, just as a reminder for everybody, there are parking ratios for each of the different land use building types. And then this section, which really begins on page 50 of the draft that you can see all the changes that have been made in green. So a lot of these changes have been to further clarify and make sure that they are workable and clear. So not too much is left open or unstated. So there are the proximity to the RTD station. There is a reduction that is provided for that for obvious reasons. And then there is also some language in here relative to ride sharing, which we're all quite familiar with what's happening with ride sharing. But there's some added language that's in there relative to what would be required to receive that reduction. Of course, on-street parking, we've talked about that before for the spaces that are adjacent to the site. Shared parking is particularly important for mixed-use projects where you have different parking ratios and different peak parking periods for different use types. And so therefore, you can double up parking during certain periods. So there's formulas in there for calculating that as well. So I feel like in a downtown area, we have to be creative for a number of different reasons. Obviously, off-street parking in the form of surface parking will dilute the character of downtown area. So we want to try to optimize parking, utilize on-street parking, rear yard, tuck under parking, and to the extent that a parking structure may become something of conversation at some point in the future, that would certainly be probably the best alternative, if feasible, to preserve the urban or the walkable character of downtown that it is today. So those are the parking. So I guess we are ready if there are any questions around that or not.
There are. We'll start with Council Member Elrod and then Fay.
Yeah, you threw a lot at us there. All right, so can you take me to the parking ratios table that you were just referencing, please? So I can ground myself. What page?
Well, the parking standards begin on page 50.
50.
50.
Table's 55.
So are you suggesting, Brent, that the parking standards here are fine, or are you suggesting that we may need to modify them? I don't see a table. I know all of the different.
Page 55.
Well, that is for shared parking. The
Shared
table
parking, yeah.
just for shared parking.
So in response to Karina's question, what are your thoughts there, Brent?
Well, I think the one thing that I would like some input on, and it's kind of hard just to otherwise be arbitrary, but the change to 1,320 feet for walking for off-site parking, I was proposing that be a little less. I don't think it's the same as the pedestrian shed for people that are taking transit to and from. So I was proposing something more on the order of 660. So again, that would be if somebody has a parking site that they are able to either contract for or find a piece of property offsite, the maximum distance that could be and still qualify for providing parking for that particular development.
I would support that, Brett. When I initially saw the 1,300 and the quarter mile, that is absolutely the standard when we're looking at it from a transportation. This is a number, an area we talk about a lot at Dr. Cog. But given the reasons that you just conveyed, I think I can support you. It doesn't seem like 6 blocks to me, so I want to get a good understanding of what 600 feet feels like downtown. Jennifer, is that something you can clarify for us? Like how many?
So Mike just did some research, and our typical block downtown is about 580 feet, but we do have about 9 different walk lengths. But if we were to average 580 feet.
All right, so let me ask it this way. Main Street to ACC, how far is that?
I would say you're probably looking at 600 plus, but I will do a measurement on Google Maps and get back to you.
Brent's suggestion sounds reasonable. I could support that.
Brett, and your suggestion was how many feet again?
I was proposing 660. So it'd be basically a block away. So a radius within a block.
Okay. We have Council Member Fay.
I would like to agree with Brett about within a block. The complaints I've heard about parking all have to do with I can't park in front of the building I'm going to, the store I'm going to, or I want to park in front of the theater. I don't want to walk at all. So that means there's not enough parking. Myself, I have never found difficulty finding a parking place within 3 blocks of downtown. And so that makes me think that a block is probably the most anyone will tolerate before they complain that there's not enough.
All right, thank you. Council Member Driscoll.
Yeah, I think 660 is a reasonable number. I would even stretch it out a little bit to 2 blocks isn't too bad. So that would assume 2 blocks, that's what, 800 feet. Or excuse me, 1,000 feet, 1,100, going off of Jennifer's calculations.
All right, thank you. All right, let's go to Councilmember Millman.
Kind of on the fence on this one because if you think if a majority of people are to park in the parking lot of RTD and you were to walk all the way down to say the View House or the Melting Pot, I don't think that's more than a quarter of a mile. And I know that's not feasible for some people that have mobility issues, but for a majority of people, it's really not that bad of a walk, and it takes them past some potential retail establishments. I really do support decreasing parking to try to make downtown more walkable community, less concrete.
So you're in favor of the 660 feet, or yes or no?
I'm on the fence right now.
Okay, all right.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
You're looking at about 1,200 feet from Main Street to the edge of ACC.
That would be 1,200 feet. Okay, cool. Thank you. That's good visual. All right, let's move to Councilmember Fagan.
Brett, could you give us an explanation of what walkable means? I gathered from your books that it means something very different from lots of green space and lots of parks. I think we have confusion, and I may be the person who's confused. Would you clarify what you mean by walkable?
Yeah, well, in a downtown context, generally you're looking for more dense patterns, right? Where buildings are brought to the street. There is interest along the street frontage. There are adequate sidewalks and amenities along those sidewalks. You try not to break up those sidewalk links with intermittent parking lots, blank walls, and things of that nature. So, in a downtown area, to be walkable, you need to be very conscious of parking areas and just the pedestrian pathways and amenities throughout the downtown area. So generally you want to have, kind of like what you have along Main Street, you want to have patterns that relate more to that than you do other areas where you have, sidewalks broken up by driveways and parking lots that become less walkable and undesirable to walk.
Then are you, I'm trying to confirm here, are you saying that having parking areas along the sidewalk is not desirable?
That is not desirable in a downtown area. That's why we are wanting sidewalks to the rear, to the side, or a tuck under, or potentially in a structure at some point. When you start having buildings pushed to the back of the lot and parking lots in front or on street corner yards, that disrupts the walkability or the pedestrian really feasibility in the downtown area. So parking is a big contributor to that.
Okay, so parking close to sidewalks is not good for walkability.
Not in a downtown area. Well,
okay,
not anywhere really, but specifically in downtown.
Let's hear from Councilmember Grove.
Like Kelly, I'm on the fence about this. I understand what we're trying to do, but then could be parking lots real close when maybe that's not what we want. If we give them a little leeway to have a parking structure or a parking lot or contract with somebody further away, then maybe it wouldn't be as close to downtown. So I need to think about this one.
Okay, how about Mayor Pro Tem?
Brett, can you speak to that concern that Pam just raised? If we reduce the distance, does it increase the number of parking lots?
Well, I think any building that comes into downtown is, going to be required to have some level of parking. And they can use a variety of mechanisms to meet that parking requirement as we've spelled out. So I think the distance is not as much as a contributor as to the design of the parking relative to where it's at, next to streets or behind buildings, to the sides of buildings and things of that nature. So I don't know that it's going to necessarily increase the amount of parking lots per se.
Oh, someone else wanted to say something.
I'd just be
No,
concerned.
no, go ahead, Scott.
I don't know. Come back to me.
Okay, cool. All right, we, Councilmember Fay, you still have your hand up.
Oh,
Count.
put it down, put it down.
All right, Councilmember Elrond.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the fence on this one now too. So what would the market do? So if let's say we keep it at the 1,300, which is a quarter of a mile. So that's just saying we're allowing you to have shared parking a quarter of a mile. But when they're building an office, if you say, hey, employees, you can park a quarter of a mile away, won't that almost like disincentivize companies? So will the market kind of solve for itself or fix for itself of what's reasonable depending on the use?
Okay, for clarification, most time parking is on site, right? So there is provision that would allow them to park off site, which would allow them to more efficiently utilize the site. So what we're talking about here are off-site parking facilities. So as you're saying, if an office building comes in, they're going to expect all their employees to walk a quarter mile to and from work each day and for lunch. If their only parking that they have, or the majority of their parking, particularly for employees, is located a quarter mile away. So that's why I was proposing to reduce that amount to something more in line with what you see most communities doing across the US.
And Jennifer, how far did you say ACC is?
1,200 feet from Main Street.
1,200 feet?
To the edge. Yep.
All right, cool. All right, thank you. Councilmember Fay, you're back on.
It seems like that our dilemma here isn't so much with employee parking. They're kind of stuck with, they're going to have to deal with the parking that's offered along with the job. But what we're really concerned about, I believe, is parking for retail space, where we hear again and again people say, I want to park in front of the store that I'm going to, or I want to park in front of the theater that I'm going to. So that's discretionary. Employee parking is not really discretionary.
All right. Well, how many feet is it set at right now, Brett?
1320, quarter
It
mile.
is 1320, so that's just over a little bit more from downtown to ACC. I'm in favor of making that change. Is this just an administrative change we would be making?
I know, Reed, if
Mark?
you have an opinion on that.
Well, let's see. Let me, Mayor, can I just weigh in just based on my own past experience? This may
Sure.
not. Having managed a downtown very similar to Littleton for 16 years, my experience is that the off-site parking, probably the maximum you could do is 3 blocks. 2 blocks is probably more practical. So I think just kind of following Brett's lead, I think a maximum distance of probably 1,000 feet is more practical, and kind of reference it back to the 2 blocks. That's just been my experience in trying to manage the issue. So if council's okay with that, I'd probably, or something close to that, my suggestion would be is that let staff work with Brett and come up with a new standard that we can share with you prior to October 6th, and maybe propose that as an amendment here to the code. I can tell council's struggling with that, and for good reason.
All right, thank you. Thank you, appreciate it. Elrod.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I just measured RTD station to the melting pot, and it's an 8-minute walk, which was 0.4 miles, whatever that means. So I think this 1,000 is sounding reasonable.
Yeah, I'm thinking same thing too. Yeah. All right. Well, I think we can just move on from that particular issue and they'll address it. What is our next item? So at this point, we don't have any direction on this at all. It's just going to be come back to us again.
Yeah, Mayor, just to clarify, I think let staff work with this. I think we're going to look in terms of about 1,000 feet, and I'll work with Brett and the rest of the staff to come up with a new amendment here for October 6th.
Great.
So that would be the distance to offsite parking. We have the parking ratio now to talk about.
All right. And Councilmember Milliman, did you have something you want to add? That's a no. All right, cool. All right, let's move on.
I mean, I don't have anything particular. There hasn't been anything brought up to me or any proposed changes to the parking. So I don't know that there's anything more to discuss. This was the kind of the one outstanding thing for me. So to my knowledge, there's nothing else on parking that was requested to be changed.
Okay. We do have a couple questions.
I was just
Councilmember
gonna say
Arroyo.
that's true.
So are you saying you're comfortable with the parking ratio right now, Brett?
The parking ratios with the opportunities for reductions that are all spelled out in here. And I think we've gone quite far in terms of spelling out all the different mechanisms that won't necessarily compromise parking and moving people around, but gives them opportunities to find adequate parking and still to be economically viable. So I don't think there's anything in my book that I'm thinking needs to change.
I have 3, maybe 4 comments on parking. Can I go through them?
Whip right through them.
Okay. So the first one I want to go through is on page 52. This was one of the amendments that came through, I think, planning. So it was page 52, item number 5, where the credits for spaces were originally at 50%, and then planning reduced it to 20%. My concern there is the way this all reads is if the maximum incentive is 20%, then all the incentives, many of the incentives we've provided become null and void, because you can reach 20% just by being in proximity to RTD station, which then eliminates any, like, why would I put in an electrical charging station? Why would I do a ride share program? Like, there's no added value. So I think that is just not, I think it became an arbitrary number, and it doesn't tie into all the math that's there. So the alternatives are to either put it back up to 50% or recalibrate the incentives. And my recommendation, therefore, would be to bring it back up to 50%. This is item number 5, vehicle parking credits and reduction.
So you're making the amendment to restore it back to 50%.
I am.
Okay, thank you. So
Can I get a little
that's what the question on the table right now, Council, is, as you heard, page 52, item 5, first paragraph, putting that number from 20 back to 20% of required spaces.
Back to 50%.
Can I provide some
50% of
context
required
here?
spaces. Pardon me? Go ahead, Brent.
Can I provide some context? So the
Yes.
conversation we had before goes back to the previous page on number 3. So we were working off of the parking ratios that are in the current ordinance, with exceptions that are listed under item number 3 there. So we were already reducing the parking ratios for multifamily, office, retail, sales, service, repair, and restaurants. And so the conversation was, if we're already reducing them and then we're giving them another 50% reduction, that's eliminating too much parking in downtown. So in the context of those already reduced minimums, that's why the 50% was reduced to 20%.
So how do we, so I come back to then the alternative is we have to recalibrate the incentives because we essentially, there is no incentive anymore. Because if the maximum we can get to is 20%, you really choose one and then you're done. There's really no incentive for all of these other programs that we've identified here.
Okay,
What is-
I would propose rather than making a decision on this, that we handle this like what Mark just suggested for let staff and us go back and do some calculations and come back to you with a technical
Thank you. I
recommendation.
feel more comfortable with that approach.
Are you okay with that? Okay, so I'm going to strike your suggestion there.
Okay. My next one, thank you, council, for your patience. My next one is page 53 on street parking. 53 item, page 53 item E, on street parking. So it reads, applicability in that paragraph, if you guys can go there. It reads, with written approval of the city manager or designee, on-street parking spaces used to meet the minimum required parking for a site shall post these spaces as reserved for blank. So is this suggesting that on Main Street, we're going to have signage in front of shops that says this particular spot is reserved for name a spot, the chocolate therapist. So are we putting signage on Main Street that dictates which shop you can park for? Is that what that says?
That's a good point because it has downtown Main Street. I think maybe that should be mixed use, not downtown Main Street. But the idea would be in order for somebody to claim credit for on street, they would have to be able to utilize those spaces. I do not think that would be appropriate on Main Street, but I do think that could work in the downtown mixed use in downtown.
That definitely seems appropriate in downtown neighborhood, right? Permitting park. This is essentially permitting parking in a way. And so you're thinking that's appropriate in DMU as well? Like, do you see that in other places? I don't know.
I don't see it in downtown Main Street, but I think it could be applicable in mixed use and the transition area. It's really a policy decision. If you leave on-street parking just open to whoever, then there would be, which some communities do, that would not be an option for them to be able to utilize that toward their parking requirements. So therefore, they would either have to do it on site or off site, which could be difficult.
In my opinion, for the downtown neighborhood area, I support permit parking. So the downtown neighborhood can park on the street and know that they have a spot and aren't fighting just to have a spot to park the car to go home to sleep that night. So that's my perspective on downtown neighborhood and the purpose of that. I will have to unfortunately defer to Mark or some others that may make a recommendation here. The reason I called this one out is because it absolutely doesn't make sense on Main Street. I just haven't been able to think through the other areas.
Mark, could you go back and take a look at that, and we'll look at it in a couple weeks?
Yeah, I think the same thing. We'll work with staff and Brett here to kind of analyze that. Clearly, that wasn't the intent for Main Street.
Great, thank you.
One more.
Let me, if you will, hold you one. Let me get to some others here that have their hands up. Councilmember Milliman, thank you.
Karina, thank you for bringing up that the change that the planning commission had recommended for the reductions going from 50 to 20%. And I look forward, Brett, to what you come up with when you research that a little bit more. And I will say there's so much talk about parking in the downtown. And I don't know if this is the most appropriate time to ask for this, but Mark, do you think that you could have staff start to work on a plan to address these parking issues within the downtown area, specifically, possibly, hopefully working with the DDA in the near, in the future to start coming up with some really good ideas, plans on how to address parking in the downtown area?
I'd be happy to. I know we've talked a little bit about this in the past with council. In my view, what we're talking about here is a code for new development. And so how that fits into the parking downtown is kind of one issue. We have this perception of a parking problem downtown, whether it's real or perceived. In my opinion, it probably doesn't matter. I think it's probably time that the city kind of leads a discussion about what to do with that issue. Clearly, our residents kind of raised that. Councilmember Fay obviously pointed that out just a few minutes ago. We hear a lot from our citizens about the issue. So I do think that the strategy for the city is a DDA or a bid or something. We must partner with downtown to address this issue. That's what cities do. And so I think how we approach that issue, we'll probably touch a little bit about that on Thursday night when we talk about a DDA and a bid and the incentives for that, but it's connected. And I just would hope that the council understands that new development, we just can't fix the existing problem. It's going to take a different approach.
Okay, thank you. Kelly, you have anything else? You are muted. I'm sorry if you were saying something. She was still muted.
Oh, no. Can you hear me?
I can now.
Oh, geez. Sorry, I think my cord was slightly disconnected. No, I don't have any other questions, and thank you, Mark.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to Mayor Pro Tem and then Fay.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. The first is for Andrew and Tim. At first, we were getting parking expressed to us as a ratio, 1.0, 1.5, 0.7, whatever. And then later on, we also started seeing parking expressed as related to building square footage. And I'm just wondering how those numbers were generated and how council ought to make sense of them. And then the second question I have is if council decides to do a 4-story limit in the downtown mixed use areas, do you recommend that we pull the lever a little bit on the parking ratio? And if so, why? If not, why not?
The parking ratios are on the commercial uses are fairly, well, on all uses are fairly conservative. We think that there's more parking required with these standards than we see in other developments. It might be worth underpinning that, and we can do some research and help with Brett and Mark the conversation about how to structure these in a way, because I'm getting the impression that all of this is a little bit in mix and in flux, and that the council is looking for a little bit more refinement on all things parking. We're happy to help create that clarity. So generally a little bit more on the conservative side. I mean, 1 per bedroom for 1 bedrooms and 2 per bedroom for 2 bedrooms is more than what we've seen elsewhere. The other part of your question about help me out.
The downtown mixed use, right? If the council chooses to limit height to 4 stories for apartments and mixed use buildings, do we need to tweak the parking ratio for those developments?
I think allowing some kind of provision for reduction makes a lot of sense. I think that we would enjoy participating in the conversations about how to calibrate that. between now and the next time we come back to council. I think that given the benchmark starting relatively high, there probably is greater opportunity for reduction, is what we would say now.
Mark, what are your thoughts about that? I mean, it seems to me that there's a bit of an irony here, or potential irony, depending on how you want to approach really developers in the downtown, right? If we reduce the parking ratio, it gives the city more control over character, because eventually it's going to give us more control, hopefully in partnership with a bid or DDA and likely ACC, I would hope, over siting of parking, which Brett has told us throughout, is a main driver of character. How you accommodate the automobile is a main driver of character. I'd much rather leave that decision making up to the city and our partners than individual developers.
Well, I personally believe that. I support that just based on the history. I think that if the council is a little more comfortable pushing that lever on the parking, I just believe in the long run that we are going to have to create some kind of a DDA and some kind of a parking strategy where we can partner. The new development will get mixed into this conversation eventually over time. But right now, we just don't have that tool in place. I can certainly appreciate the council's discomfort with this issue. But in the end, I think if the council really wants a character-based code, and that's what you're trying to tell the development community, you come here, this is what you have to build, then I do believe that the parking is probably one opportunity, one lever you've got here to work with.
I would personally be in favor of reducing the parking ratios across the downtown football. I don't want to attempt an amendment because I think the technical work needs to be left to the consultants, but I think it's going to ultimately give the city quite a bit more control over a major input into character, which again is how we accommodate the automobile and in particular parking. So Jerry, I'd like to throw that out there as sort of a quasi amendment.
Well, let's give me the amendment again, Scott.
Yeah, it's basically just reducing the parking ratios as the consultants see appropriate. Some version of that across the football.
That could be an administrative, couldn't it, Mark?
Well, I think I'd approach it just like we did a couple of the others. I think we would work with staff and Brett here to kind of come up with, and Andrew, quite honestly, to kind of look at maybe thinning down some of that conservative approach to the parking ratios and see what it is we could suggest to council as an amendment here for the 6th of October. That'd be my suggestion.
Okay. Does that work for you, Scott?
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks.
Okay, cool. All right. Let's go to Councilmember Fay, the Driscoll, the Elrod.
Again, we are not paying attention to what the citizens said in the Envision survey last year. So again, we spent tens of thousands of dollars getting citizen input and hours and hours and hours of staff time. Citizens said they wanted more downtown parking. Now we're talking about less downtown parking. When the citizens were talking about parking close to where they were going, I'm not sure that they should be able to have that. It seems like a crazy thing to me. That parking needs to be in front of the building they're going to, but still we're going to need to have an explanation to the citizens about why we're not providing that if we decide not to provide that. We have a really odd dichotomy where the business owners, new buildings, new businesses fight to get parking exemption, not to have as much parking as the city says they should have. And my understanding is that most all the businesses get an exemption so that they provide much less parking than they are currently required to. And then the citizens and those same businesses says they want citizens to come to their business. Citizens says, I can't go because I can't park close enough. And that's the city's responsibility to get me able to park closer. So it seems what we have here is the city and the businesses almost fighting each other. The city says we will help you businesses to get more customers because they want to by having parking requirements because they want to park closer. And the business says, no, we want an exemption like the historical exemption. We want less. And Littleton, it's your responsibility to make sure we succeed economically. There is something messed up about this that now would be a good time to figure that out.
Here, if I could just respond, I'm not
go ahead.
advocating for less parking downtown. I'm advocating for the city having more control than developers over where it's sited and how it's designed. I think that if we leave it up to individual developers, you're exactly right, Councilmember Fay, that they're going to do the bare minimum that they can to meet their parking requirements. And that doesn't enhance character. We've heard from Brett and his team throughout that how we accommodate the automobile is a main driver of character, which is why that rainbow shaped spectrum of character is all about where the automobile is being placed, right? If we as a city take control over how we site it, I think that we have a better opportunity to enhance character than if we leave the decision up to individual developers. I think we retain a great deal more control over that. And since this whole conversation is about maintaining and enhancing character, I think it's an important thing that we need to be considering, not leaving this important decision regarding character up to individual developers. That's not synonymous in any way with reducing the amount of parking available. Simply a decision about who gets control over siting it, who gets control over designing it. I want that in the hands of the city.
Great. Thank you. We go to Councilmember Driscoll.
That's well said, Scott. I agree 100%. And, you know, I'm looking through this. I'm not seeing anything in regards to underground parking. And I know it's extremely expensive for a developer to put that in, but is that addressed anywhere in this 267 pages or?
I don't know that it is. Let me see.
You know, that's clearly the home run for us, that they take care of their own parking out of visibility. But again, I don't know if that necessarily pencils when it comes to the actual building of the building.
If I recall, I think that was part of the conversations, just the expense of undergrounding.
Sure. Well, I don't think we should ignore it. I think we should address it, and I don't think it should be very in depth. It's we're in favor of. I don't know if we have a water table issue here or not. Maybe that's one of the reasons we kind of moved away from it. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Great. Councilmember Elrod, then Pro Tem.
Yeah, I think there's probably still a lot of discussion here on this parking. And so, yeah, I'll leave to Mark to decide whether he's going to come forward with an amendment or another approach to this. Could be, no pun intended, we put it on a parking lot and come back as like version 2.0 or something. I don't know. Just so we can really have that discussion and maybe even put it through planning as well. A thought on that. I do have another item that potentially is an amendment. Should I go to my third item, or does council member?
Is it related to the parking?
Is related to parking?
Yeah, well, let's hear from Councilmember Milliman, and then I'll come right back to you.
So again, I'll come back to, I think we definitely need a DDA so that we can work with our businesses in downtown on these parking issues. There's not going to be one solution. It's not going to be an easy solution, but at least we can partner with those businesses to find out exactly what might be the best avenue. The other thing I was thinking about too, which is funny about people saying that they can't park in front of a business, so they won't come downtown, but they'll go to a big mall like Park Meadows or Flatirons Mall and will walk for miles to those malls. And I know it's different because it's a shopping mall, but really, like, there's kind of a disconnect there. And the last thing I will say, so Pat, somebody had told me with like underground parking, each parking space, when you take in the size of the parking space, I forget what the dimensions are, and then the actual lane to pull into that parking space, that equals a studio apartment, each one of those. So that's a lot of, it's just a lot of concrete, and it's a lot of money. Anyway, some perspective.
Okay, thank you. Well, Karina.
Thank you. Okay. Page 50.
You say 60?
50.
50.
So this is item E, parking and access, sub item G, sustainability. So in this particular case, it is outlining that, or is requiring that parking areas are designed to facilitate pedestrian circulation, vegetation, low impact development design techniques, stormwater management system. So there's a lot of kind of features to be added to a parking area. And I believe the intent here is, you know, if we do have a parking area downtown, you want it to be a little bit more as desirable as it can be to walk by. So the vegetation helps with that. If we're using a lot of this platform for just stormwater, make sure we have a stormwater system. But I think there has to be some kind of parameters on, you know, you can't do that for 4 parking spaces, right? It doesn't make sense. So in some cases, it's just not going to be viable or even logical to do. So I don't know if Brett is in a position to say it's if the parking space takes up so many spots or so much area, or maybe it's just as simple as putting, you know, a subject to review by the city manager or staff. So I just think to have it this way, it would suggest that it applies to all, and I don't think it's practical that it could technically apply to all.
Did you want to create an amendment out of that?
What amendment do you want, Brett or Mark?
Or will administrative, based on what she just said, work?
I'm fine with administrative.
Yeah, just keep in mind, this is part of the purposes. And that came from Councilmember Mellon last conversation we had that wanted to really emphasize, you know, sustainable design, sustainable provisions. And so that was why it was added into the purpose statements.
Yeah, my point is, Brett, I support the intent, but I hope this isn't written that it becomes a requirement for all parking.
Yeah, it's bigger than just downtown, so it's not something that we're addressing right now, but it will be coming with the ULUC.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I think in the scheme of things, this is not where we want to be devoting our antagonisms. There's precious little in this code as it is about sustainability. And if all this is something in the purposes section, I really want to see it stand. I think it's worth it to make a statement of principles to developers and say, come on, put a parking lot swale in, will you please? I mean, give us some vegetation. I really am opposed to removing this or changing this in any way.
And just for clarity, and what I'm asking is if it's a purpose, it's not a requirement.
Even if it's a requirement.
So the scope of downtown just keeps growing and growing and growing and growing. And so that's one where there's a lot more work that's required. And so it's more applicable on a citywide basis. So we just haven't drafted the standards yet, but we wanted to at least start the conversation and make it clear that this is an expectation in downtown.
Mark, would you like to add to this?
Yeah, just the same what Brett said. I think it's also a conversation and a review of our stormwater regulations and how they tie into the development code in the long run. But yeah, so I think there's a lot of work to be done and to clarify some of that.
No one's answering my question. It's not a requirement. It's just an intent or purpose or guidance or direction or expectation, but it's not in any standard.
That's correct. We don't have it done. It won't be done until the end of the ULUC, I guess is what we're trying to say. So we're suggesting just leaving in the purpose statement and clarifying that at the end of the ULUC.
I'm good with that.
Okay, cool. All right. Let's keep moving. We're getting through this.
I don't have anything else.
Woohoo.
I think we have made lots of decisions, got clear direction on all the heights, which I think was a huge issue. Looks like most of the parking requires some additional work and study with staff and maybe with Andrew and Tim. So we'll be coming back to you on that. All the other items that we had in the PowerPoint presentation, we discussed through our conversations previously. So I don't have anything further.
Great. Well, Mark, I just want to run this by you and council to make sure we all are on the same page on this. So we did have council wanted to hear or see an amendment regarding moving the DTA, the south portion, that the kind of step area. So we would like to see an amendment on that to include that, I should say. We also would like to see an amendment on the roof form, or in the DTA must have a 25% slope. Council would also like to see in the DMU a maximum of 4 stories, an amendment. And those were the amendments that council majority was in favor of seeing. And then you have a lot of rework or rewriting, I guess, on parking.
Correct. Those are my notes as well. Yeah, we have some work to do at the staff level, so maybe some technical work to come up with some suggestions around the distance to offsite parking, the parking ratios, and perhaps a reduction there. And the on-street parking issue that we'll look at here with Brett and staff. Those are my notes as well.
And then we have a couple questions, one from Elrod, then Grove.
I have an item that I won't bring up now. I need to talk to staff about it. It's about signage, so I need to understand that a little bit better. I know, Brett, you provided some recommendations in your email. So once I have a chance to work with staff, if I feel I want to bring forward an amendment, I'll just do that on October 6th, but that's around signage. And then the other item I have, there was a change made to the document, changing the language from man-made to human-made. So I don't, to me, I see that as completely out of scope of what we are looking to do here. We're looking to change our zoning, to change our code, not to change the English language. And, for me, it made me pause to say, okay, what's human made? And is this a new term that means something different than man-made? So I don't know where that when and where that change came in, but that I don't think is appropriate to the scope of our work here. So if we can remain consistent with English language, common terms of man-made to describe artificial, essentially artificial things, then let's go back to what it was, please. So I guess that would be an amendment.
Well, the human-made was my request. That is a trend that I'm used to in updating new codes. And so if council wants to somehow do something different, you don't like that, then fine. But again, that's my experience, is to move to that direction.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time I'm seeing it in any of our documentation. And I went so far as to Google it. So, Webster doesn't have this as a term, so I'd rather keep it consistent. To me, it's out of scope for its purpose here.
Reed, did you want to comment?
No, Mayor, go ahead.
Nope, thought you did. Okay. All right. So Karina, are you proposing an amendment?
Yeah, that goes back to man-made. as originally
Go back to man-made.
correct, which is our
Okay.
current.
So you would like to say from, go back to change the human-made, what was it again? One more time?
There's currently reference to human-made in order to describe artificial, I guess. So I'd like for it to go back to man-made.
Okay.
It's throughout the document.
Okay, cool. All right. Let's just go quickly around the horn here. I'm just going to start with Kelly, thumbs up or thumbs down. What would you like to? Okay. And then we'll go to Councilmember Grove.
Human made is fine.
Councilmember Fay.
Human-made.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Yeah, that's fine. Human made's fine.
All right. Pro Tem.
Yeah, I talked with Mark about this. I feel pretty passionate about it being human-made.
All right. It's good to be passionate, isn't it? All right. And I'm okay with the way it is as well. So I think we'll just let it go at this point. All right. Councilmember Grove.
I have some additional amendments to bring forward to council. Is now the time, or do you want to wait?
Let's get her done now.
Okay, on a page, the first one's couple are about open space. On page 62, it talks about under A, first paragraph, about all non-residential and mixed-use projects and new residential developments with 30 dwelling units or more shall have open space. I would like to strike with 30 dwelling units or more and just leave it, all projects should have an open space component.
Okay, so we are striking
With 30 dwelling units or more.
we're striking that from there on the rest of the sentence.
Right, just taking that out. So all should have an open space component.
Gotcha. Just see, that was 62. Okay, let's just go around the horn real quick to see if council would like to change that at all. I want to be cautious of wordsmithing here too. So, but that might be a good one.
Mayor, can I just jump in real quick?
Sure.
Let's have Brett respond to that because there's rationale typically behind setting up.
Okay, let's hear it.
Click here. Yeah, basically where that comes from is just that, very small projects have very limited ability or room to address some of the open space requirements. So there's a certain amount or certain scale of project that's typically warranted before it's feasible to provide added green space. So that is where the 30 dwelling units, it's kind of like what we were talking about before, where some things just aren't feasible as tiny parking lots. It's kind of the same thing here where, projects that are less than 30 units, it makes it difficult to try to provide open space for, a 5-unit development or something like that.
All right. Well, council, we have a requested amendment on page 62, number 5A, to strike everything after it says developments, then strike with 30 dwelling units or more shall have an open space component. Put a thumbs up if you would like to see the amendment on that. How's that? Just if you'd like to, who would like to see that amendment? We got Carol. And Karina, and we got Pam. Karina, are you are? No, I'm sorry. That's right. You weren't the one that brought it up. Okay. So at this point, we just have 2 council members that would be in favor. So that we're not going to move forward with that amendment either. Okay.
We had
All
three.
right.
We had Scott.
Jerry, yeah, I was a
Oh,
third.
I'm sorry. Scott, you were in favor of that?
Yeah.
Was there anybody else in favor? Because that's three right there. Okay. All right. At this point, we have no interest in changing that.
Okay, I have another one on open space.
Let's hear it.
It says under private open space, and that's 63. I would like to strike the sentence. A rooftop garden may receive 100% credit of the required open space in DMS and 25% credit in DTA and DMU. I want to take out that whole sentence.
Is that something the planning commission put in? What was that?
I think it was
Correct.
discussed, but I'm not sure. They didn't make an amendment on it.
That was planning commission's change.
Okay.
So
you would like to strike that, the entire part, the yellow part that was added?
yeah, basically the exception that the rooftop garden counts as private open space.
Okay. So who would like to see that amendment go forward? I can't see
Can I-
everybody.
Ask a quick question, Jerry.
Sure, go ahead.
So the sentence that follows, Brett, says private open space shall be privately owned and maintained and may be open to the general public. There's not going to be any way that the public's going to, of course, be. Never mind. I answered my own question. Yes, I'm in favor of it.
You're in favor of that? Okay. Anybody else in favor of that? Kelly?
Can you explain that again one more time, please? And Pam, which item?
It's on page 63,
Under private open space.
F2.
Yeah, and it's highlighted in yellow. If you've got it, it's about 3/4 of the way down. And it says a rooftop garden may receive 100% credit of the required open space in DMS and 25% credit in DTA and DMU. It's just another way to not have open space.
Did you find that, Kelly?
Yeah, thank you.
And I want to strike the whole sentence.
Where are you on that one, Kelly?
I want to hear Brett's thoughts on that.
Well, that kind of goes together with the change right above it. This was an addition of the planning commission. And we added language above that only when recommended by the commission, accepted by the council, may a terrace, deck, porch, or roof or outdoor gathering qualify. So they thought that this was a compromise for private open space in the downtown and mixed use areas. I think from my experience, there are instances where some of these, based on the project, are, feasible. And so that's why we've given council direction, commission recommendation. So an alternative to that would just simply be to lump in roof gardens with the above sentence and basically give commission and council the final say as to whether or not you want to accept that on a project by project basis.
That answer your questions, Kelly?
Yeah, and I vote just to keep it the way it is and not strike that sentence.
Yeah. I'm sorry, would you go ahead and strike it? You agree with the amendment?
No, to keep it the way that it is right now, as it's
Gotcha.
written.
Sorry. For some reason, I don't know if it's just my computer or what, but when you first speak, the first sentence doesn't come through.
It's probably my computer. I'm
Okay. And Mayor Pro Tem, you had a comment? Nope, no comment. All right, your hand is up. All right. So right now we have those that would like to see it would be Pam, Carol, and Scott. Is there any other person who would like to see that amendment? Okay, it's not moving forward on that amendment. Pam?
And my last one is on page 64. Under K. And basically, fee in lieu of open space development, that paragraph, as well as sub I, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Basically, the way I read that, and Brett, you let me know if I'm reading it correctly, you can buy your way out of open space.
I provided some additional language in lieu of deleting that. Basically, it is the city's entire decision, and the fee would have to be equivalent in amount to the development and improvement of open space, and it would have to be based upon fair market value. So in other words, they don't trade off $50,000 worth of development for $3,000 worth of fee. That fee would be equivalent and it would be based upon fair market value. So I added that language. It's not in what you saw, but it was in response to what you had provided. So the way that is worded now is the city council may, when the best interest of the city would be served, require, and the change is the maximum amount of open space feasible on the site shall be developed and improved to city standards with an equal and proportionate amount of that land deemed infeasible contributed as a payment of money in lieu of development improvement. The fair market value shall be determined by the city council following their review of a current appraisal submitted to the city at the developer's expense. The appraisal shall be made by appraisers who are approved members of the Society of Real Estate Appraisers or equivalent real estate appraisal societies. And then it goes on with provided that the developer shall be required. So that clarifies that it's a one-to-one exchange, basically. And again, it's still entirely up to the council's discretion as to whether or not you want to accept fee in lieu. But sometimes you just simply cannot build. And so this gives you a way to get at least fee in exchange for development and improvement, particularly on redevelopment projects that are highly constrained in a downtown.
Mark, did you want to add?
Yeah, my experience with these is typically cities will allow this fee in lieu of if they have kind of regional projects to actually direct those fees for construction. So in other words, you're not just going to take it and put it into the general fund. You're actually going to build some kind of regional city open space open to the public.
Okay, thank you.
Generally, there's a park zone system to make sure that any fees that are contributed provide a benefit within the general area. So it would not be take fees from downtown and put it out on the fringe of town. It would be take fees from downtown and reinvest it in downtown.
Exactly.
Okay. Council Member Driscoll.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, I see where Pam's coming from. I don't like the idea that a developer can buy out of open space, but there are projects that there is no open space. So rather than give up that requirement, we can collect some fee. Would you give me an example of where we can't require some open space?
Let's say there's a redevelopment site or they're doing an improvement of an existing building that there is no space available for open space, or it would be unreasonable to expect that they would have to tear down a part of the building in order to meet the requirement. And in that case, the city, again, at the council's choosing, can say that we will accept a fee in this particular case, but that fee would be equivalent to what it would cost you to both develop and improve that property. And that fee would go into a park development fund that would be invested in downtown. So in other words, if it's not on one site, it could be put into, contributing toward a more significant open space in another part of downtown.
But if they...
Patrick just froze up on us. Let's go ahead and move on down to Elrod until we get Patrick back. Councilmember Elrod.
I like this recommendation, Brett. I think this is we don't want developers to buy their way out of open space, but we also don't want to create a situation that they're creating bad open space that isn't good use of the space. So I think this is a good approach. I have a question for Reed on our role as council on this decision. So I want to make sure we're not locked into, we would have to accept this. If they come up and say the fair market value is $500,000, that's the only criteria that we can use to approve or not approve. What I'm trying to say is I still want there to be some subjectivity and evaluation from council to say, even though the value is $500,000 and you're willing to pay the $500,000, we still don't want it or don't accept it because we want you to put open space. So I just want to make sure we're going to still have that right or ability to refuse for any other reason.
All right, Reed.
Yeah, there's not a lot of guidance in that one, but I think it's broadly written, right at the first line of that, where it's talking about the city council may, when in the best interest of the city, decide to allow for cash in lieu as a combination of the development and improvement of that land. So it's pretty subjective in terms of how council is going to feel about accepting that. So I think there's enough room in there for council to say yay or nay, just depending on how council feels about it.
Thank you. I support Brett's recommendation.
Okay,
What I want to avoid is somebody asking for a variance because of a hardship, and putting you in that, or putting the, BZA in that position to give them an out. So.
Okay. Mark, you still have your hand up. Did you had something you want to say? No, he doesn't. Mayor Pro Tem.
Brett, does it sometimes work out just because of how lots are already drawn that a whole area of a downtown would be without open space and a whole block would be asking to use this cash in lieu arrangement, in which case there'd be no sort of green open space in that whole area?
Well, it's my understanding that it's the council's intent that we get green space on every lot, that it's reasonable and feasible, and only in certain circumstances where it's just not at all feasible and it's totally unreasonable would you accept fee. So I would think that you would want to get green space wherever you possibly can, so it's distributed throughout and it influences and contributes positively to each individual site. But where it's not, you could take that fee and you can invest it where it makes sense, together with another project or on a city project or whatever that might be. It could be, building an alley, making it a greenway.
Yeah, I didn't ask my question very well. What I'm saying is if there's a whole block where lots are drawn and they're small compared to the rest of the downtown, would it ever be the case, or in your experience, does it happen that whole row of potential, say, infill development says we don't have any room, sorry, for any open space, we need to do cash in lieu, and you get a whole pretty significant area, individual lots combined, where you don't have any green space at all, you don't have any open space at all, and they're just asking to move that elsewhere in the city through the cash in lieu arrangement. I'm just trying to think through the implications of this. I have no idea how this plays out.
Yeah, well, as you know, in downtowns, they are difficult because they're tight, they're constrained, and there's all sorts of limitations on properties. So you could see that. I don't know whether it'd be a whole block or not. But again, this is to try to give you the wiggle room that you can demand that they provide open space on that site, or if you think it's reasonable, you can say we will accept fee in lieu of that. And maybe you buy one of the lots and create a plaza or an open space. So that you've got a lot of wiggle room as to how you choose to implement this.
Thanks.
Thank you. Patrick, you are back and you didn't get to finish what you were asking.
Thank you. No, Brett just answered it perfectly. I'm in favor of leaving this clause in there.
Great, thank you. Council Member Milliman.
I support Brett's recommendation too as well. And I think it'd be great, if we can redirect those fees to regional projects so that more of the community members could experience it, utilize it, that space. I just think it's better overall for the community. So thanks, Brett.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Grove.
Well, since other council members aren't in favor of taking it out, I would go for Brett's recommendation. And do we need an amendment, or can it be administrative?
It's already in there.
No, but he changed it.
Are you-
I added new language. It's not in the version.
Yeah, I think that's just administrative then.
Okay, so we don't need a,
Yeah,
I'd
I think
I'd support
we're
that.
okay as far as that go, if council's okay with that. Anyone else have anything else to add? Nothing.
I'm okay with Brett's recommendation as well.
Yeah, so am I. Cool. Carol, were you okay with it as well?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Well, if we're through, and I think we are, I want to thank all of Brett, your staff, all of you for
I
showing
have
up.
more amendments.
You have more. It is 10 o'clock, and at 10 o'clock,
Okay,
council,
well-
this is where we have to agree or disagree to.
Or I'll just, you've seen most of them. I'll just propose them without discussion.
How many more do you have?
4.
Council, it's just after 10. Do you want to continue on past 10 o'clock? Do I see anybody who, I saw one yes, one no. Kelly, where are you? Continue?
I'll go either way.
One more time?
I'll go either way.
Give me a yes or no.
Sure.
Sure.
Yes. Sorry.
Thank you. All right. Pam, I think you want to continue. Carol will continue. Karina? No. Scott?
I'm fine with it. I think we have a heavy enough lift next Tuesday. If we can avoid some discussion, then let's do it. Let's keep going forward for.
Okay.
as long as it takes.
I'm okay with continuing too. So council, we're going to go ahead and continue for a while.
Thank
for a
you,
little
fellow
longer.
council members. I'll try to make this as quickly as possible, On page 42, there's an overview of our city character descriptions. And I think we need to add some additional language about the fact that we are an historic district. And so I would like to add to the first sentence an amendment to add verbiage to let's get to page 42. And
Can I share my screen because I've already got it?
yes, that would be best, please.
Okay.
It just describes that we are an historic district, and as you develop new buildings and take into account, I think it just straightens a little bit about the character of our whole community in the downtown area.
Can you see my screen with the yellow highlighting?
I do. And again, what page was that again? Was that 42?
It's on page 42, and it just it adds a yellow section. So the DT Downtown District ad, which is centered around a National Register Historic District and local landmark district, add that sentence, and then add paragraph under 2, just talking about that we have numerous historic landmarks, and any new development should complement the historic character of the buildings from the turn of the century commercial area or a residential area surrounding it. So it's
Okay,
just-
Brett, what you're showing is, I think it looks different than what I have.
It is different.
Yes. This
It's
was
the
a comment.
yellowest
that came
addition
from-
that I'm proposing.
Yeah.
I'm good with it, Jerry.
We have, that was Patrick. Patrick and Pam are in favor. Kelly?
Yeah,
I-
can you explain what the 1900 to 1940 is?
Pardon? The period of focus for downtown is turn of the century to 1900. There's some buildings that are, from the late 1800s, and then there's buildings like towards a melting pot that have to do with when cars, there's a parking lot in front of, so it's kind of a period of focus. That's why I put it that way.
So my only question is, with us trying to put together a historic district, which includes Main Street and Alamo, is that going to cause any confusion going forward?
I don't think so. I'm not sure how.
Keep in mind, it's a purpose statement. It's a purpose statement, so it's not regulatory per se.
No, I support it.
Okay. Carol?
Bill was a yes.
Yeah, I got Patrick, Pam, Kelly. Carol?
She was a yes.
I can't see anybody, unfortunately.
She gave a thumbs up a little right after me.
Carol,
Carol
yes.
did?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Scott?
Sure.
All right, yeah, let's just, it sounds like it's a go.
Can I just make a comment? This is Karina.
Sure, Karina.
So I like this addition here, especially in that first sentence, makes sense. The only concern maybe I have for the second sentence is, as Kelly said, like once we bring Alamo in, then we should, right now we don't specify Alamo. I think we're specifying Main Street only. So it's going to require a revision, hopefully, at a future state. So I think the first line really says what we wanted to say. The point 2 just describes it, but I think if we keep the first line, it keeps it open long-term for other additions of historic districts, and then we don't have to go back and modify it. So Pam, I think your first sentence makes a very good point. I don't think in this particular document we have to describe it. There's other documents in our city that will describe what's on the National Register, what's a landmark, et cetera, so it can stay alive and not require revision.
All right.
I would like to keep it because I think it says.
Yeah,
that,
I think everybody's in favor of it at this point. Okay,
All right.
let's go ahead and move on to the next one.
Okay, there is a table and it is on, excuse me. Table 10-4-18, and I don't have the page number. It's where it talks about permitted building types by character area. For some reason.
I got it here, just a second.
Okay. Yeah, if you can bring it up, that would be ideal.
What page are we on?
Yes. And you've got it highlighted. Okay.
And Brett, what page is that?
What page is that?
121.
121.
121. Thank you.
The first one is that it's maybe just a typo, that we actually have residential in Main Street. We're going to change an X to a permitted. Maybe that's just administrative. And then I propose not having townhouses in DNR.
So the amendment would be to remove townhomes in
From
the DNR.
And I don't know if we need an amendment for allowing residential on downtown Main Street. That may be a typo.
That can probably be administrative. The other one would be an amendment. Mark, there's that first one would be administrative?
Yeah, if Brett doesn't have any exception to it, it probably would be. I think the townhome is definitely an amendment.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right, so that is
I would
it.
propose an amendment not to have townhouses in DNR. And the rationale is that's the only place left that we have single family homes. And to keep some of the character of downtown, I would like to propose that we keep that.
Okay. If we could bring up all of council again, that'd be great. All right, I'm just going to go quickly around the horn. Let's try to do it quick. We'll start with Patrick.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yep, okay. Okay, we know Pam where she is on this. Karina? Down. Okay, we have Carol. I'm sorry, was that a yes? I'm reading lips. I think she said yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Kelly?
I don't agree with this amendment. I think we should keep it as is. There are already townhomes in the DNR.
So were you a, yeah, I couldn't hardly, so you a yes or a no?
I am a no. I want to keep it the way that it is.
All right, it's Scott?
No, I don't support the amendment. I think we've got enough character protections in terms of height restrictions and design standards, and we're already allowing for multiplexes in the DNR anyway. I think the difference between that and a townhouse is pretty negligible.
And I too am a no, so that doesn't have council support. Pam, next.
Okay, page 49. If you look under commercial and office, under office and under DNR, offices uses greater than 8,000 feet are either conditional or permitted. I think that those should not be permitted, and it should be an X in those two, in that row, first row and second row in DNR.
Where were you at?
Page 49, like under commercial and office, like in the middle of the page.
Yeah, I was trying to get there on my,
Okay,
the jump back and forth between sections.
So, and so you and you want to do what again, Pam?
under, on page 49,
Yeah.
under office, not to allow building office uses greater than 8,000 feet in DNR.
So,
So right now, it's either conditional or permitted.
and you want to make it not permitted, both of them?
Correct.
Okay.
It's on the screen too.
Yeah.
Not permitted, both items. Okay, council, does everybody understand what we're doing there? Her
I mean, I don't
amendment
know
would
why
be,
we would have huge office buildings in DNR. That doesn't make sense.
okay. Scott, you had something you want to add?
Yeah, it's for office is less than 8,000 square feet, not right. So
It says greater.
up there, the one below it says less.
Yeah, it's permitted for less than 8,000, but larger, she's proposing to prohibit it.
But you want to change both of these, right?
I'd rather change both of them.
I want to understand what they are, why they are the way they are now, Brett, in any kind of point of view from your perspective on this.
If you could pull up the council, that'd be great. Thank you.
Brian, you may be able to weigh in on this, but I think that may be what's in the current regulations potentially. I don't recall, honestly. Basically,
Brett,
they-
can you hear me? I'm going to have Jennifer weigh in too, because I think the concern would be non-conforming uses.
Yeah.
I think Brian started to respond.
That's exactly
Yeah.
my concern. I mean, when we have that less than 8,000, we have older homes that are now used as office. But Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, just same thing that Jennifer just said, and remembering that that's total gross floor area, so it could be a 2-story former residence that's, you're counting both stories in that instance.
Okay, thank you.
So it's adaptive use. Okay, all right, I'll withdraw my amendment then.
All right, cool. Next.
And then last one, buffers. And this is page 67. And they cut down the buffers from 10 feet to 5 feet. And I think this is just more eating away at open space. And it is on 67, where it says buffer specifications under A. Well, it goes A to C. I guess it should go A to B, but whatever. It says buffers shall be a minimum of 10 feet in width and may be reduced to a width of 5 feet due to unavoidable site constraints as
So
determined by.
on the green language,
Yes,
She's proposing to cross out what's in yellow on the screen.
but we can't see
and
this.
it's green on the information that we were
Right.
sent.
Here, sorry.
The 10 feet. All right, well, let's go back to. Yep, that would be it. So let's go back to council and just go around the horn real quick. Oh, okay, so Pam, that you're always obviously in favor. All right, Patrick.
I'm okay with the language in there, so I'm a no.
Okay, Karina.
I didn't hear Patrick. What'd you say, Patrick?
Patrick was opposed.
Yeah, I'm opposed to this. We have landscape architects on the planning board, and I know that they really dug deep into this stuff. So I'm going to go with the recommendations and the approval that came from planning board on this. I'm going to be a no.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Fay.
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Grove, we have Councilmember Melleman.
I agree with Councilmember Alrod that this was really thoroughly looked into by Planning Commission. So I'm a no on this amendment as well.
And I'm a no as well. Scott, did we get Scott? Scott.
No, yeah, Brett, how does this interact with the fee and lieu provision we just talked about? I mean, if there are truly unavoidable site constraints, can't they just be required to pay? And we put it in the open space fund.
Well, buffers are separate from the open space requirements. These are transition standard. So I would see them as being two independent provisions.
Okay.
So
Well,
it
you've
was
got four on.
it was originally 5 feet and then it was increased to 10 feet. And what's proposed is 10 feet without the option of 5 feet due to site constraints. So 10 feet no matter what is what's proposed.
Yeah, Jerry, you've got your 4, so.
Yeah, we have Councilmember Grove and Fay were in favor of. Everybody else I have down as a no.
And Brett, you're going to change commission to planning commission in those cases where.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I've gone through and changed that throughout.
Good catch. All right.
That's it. Thank you very much, council, for indulging those remaining amendments. Thank you.
Okay. And Scott, you have your hand up. Did you have anything?
Sorry, I don't know why I keep not lowering it.
It's okay. All right. Well, with that, we are going to wrap it up right now. And again, thank you all for participating, all of you. Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over to, we're going to go on to our next section, which is administrative updates. City Manager.
Just quickly, as a follow-up here, can't remember exactly what the context was. Oh, I think it was the short-term rental and the schedule for that for the public hearing. Originally I had it scheduled for November 3rd, which was election night. And after talking to the mayor and pro tem, we decided to go ahead and cancel the meeting on November 3rd. So you can look at the tentative calendar and we've updated and moved things around. So that didn't cause any significant issues. So that's the end of my report, Mayor.
Great. You took up all of Reed's time, I'm hoping.
Almost. I just kind of want to give an update to council on what our next steps are. So when we first started these amendments, 6, 7, 8 months ago, it was initially for staff to take a look at what are the problems with our current code. Where are there issues that we're seeing in downtown? There were obviously a lot of types of development that were coming in that really weren't speaking to the character of our downtown. So initially, the thought was a quick fix. What can we do? And a lot of the thoughts centered around, adding some definitions, changing some definitions, as well as updating some of the design standards downtown. As we've seen tonight, that scope has expanded quite a bit into these phase 2 amendments, where we're getting into, restrictions on height, limitations on height, perhaps some limitations on use, setbacks, step backs, the creation of character districts. And essentially what it's become a little bit more of is more of a rezoning than it's been simply a reclassification, in the sense that instead of you being the commercial district, we're now calling you, the DTA. So I wanted to discuss briefly an additional step that we're going to need to take to effectuate the changes that council presumably are going to make on October 6th, which are really, it's going to be affecting the text of our current code. So what we're going to need to do, the additional step is, we're doing kind of a comprehensive rezoning. We're affecting a lot of different parcels. And so what needs to happen is a public process. Those properties who are going to be affected by these changes, and a lot of them, it's not to great effect for many. For some, yeah, it probably is. So what we will need to do is have a public hearing process where we will have a public hearing in front of Planning Commission. Planning Commission will make their recommendations, as well as a first and second reading, i.e. a public hearing in front of City Council. And so because we're affecting individuals' properties, they have property rights and they have a due process right. And so they have an opportunity to be heard and to lobby City Council, don't do this. My property shouldn't be in this zoning district, or it should be out, or I should be in this other zoning district. Essentially what council will be doing after October 6th, and this will probably come the latter part of the year, is really dealing with the map. That map that we spent a little bit of time with the boundaries of moving some things or trying to move things down to Little's Creek, for example. Those property owners have an opportunity to come speak to you and to tell you whether it's good or bad, and get you to potentially change that map. So that's what we're going to be talking about in the future after October 6th, not the textual amendments that are going to be made that night, but really that specific map. And so this is kind of an additional process that hasn't been communicated. And quite frankly, it's needed. And it's needed to preserve their due process rights and ensure that all the work and time that HPB, Planning Commission, City Council, and the public have put into these, phase 1 and phase 2 amendments are not to avail. So that's going to be the next process, and that's all I have. So I've used, I think, all my time for the rest of the year talking. So.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have.
Sorry.
All right. No, thank you very much. Mark, I just want to thank you and your staff and Reed and your staff for getting all this work done. This is monumental what we're getting done. This is truly significant. Thank you very much. Also want to thank the Historic Preservation Board and the Planning Commission for all the time that they've put into this document. They put in a lot more time than we have, and we've done quite a bit ourselves. Also, Council, Thursday, 3 p.m., we have the Littleton Public Schools Board Zoom meeting. So let's make sure if you can attend it, hopefully you can. So that's 3 o'clock, the 26th. Also on the 26th, that's Thursday again, we have our budget meeting that begins at 6 p.m., not the regular 6:30. So 6 p.m., we could clock up a half hour. So
Mayor, that's the 24th. But you're right.
What is Thursday, the 24th?
Correct.
Okay, 24th. I wrote down 26th for some reason. So the 26th on both meetings. That's both of them are Thursday. One is at 3 and the other one's at 6. So if you can, please, if you can make the LPS, that would be wonderful. Budget meeting, we really need you all there. And with that, if I don't see anybody wanting to talk, with that, it is 10:25 and we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.